Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is Tuesday, July 27th at 4:30 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Peru.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Burnt. Mayor Simison.
Here. Next up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
it is my distinct honor to make a motion to adopt the agenda as published.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
very grateful for the opportunity to make a motion to adopt the consent agenda and for the mayor to sign and for the clerk to attest.
Second the motion.
That the second is also greatly wants to just greatly.
I'm appreciative that I can second the motion. Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. I have a motion second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll go right into item 15, which is a recommendation of appointment of Lorelei McVeigh to Public Works Director with an effective date of August 3rd, 2021. This is one where I expect that we'll hopefully say someone's very grateful to make this motion
Early.
at the appropriate time.
That's a guarantee.
But council, you have before you my recommendation to appoint Lorelei McVeigh to be the next Public Works Director for the city of Meridian. You all know her. I've had an opportunity to get to know her more through the process, and it is clear she is the right person to take the reins and move the Public Works team forward with the challenges we face and the opportunities and lead the department. And so it's with my honor that I recommend her for your approval and consideration for this new position. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And we won't let her talk until after a motion is made at that point in time, unless you have questions for her, but yes,
Mr. Mayor, would you like a motion and then discussion?
that works for me.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we approve the esteemed mayor's recommendation appointing Lorelei McVeigh to the Public Works Director with an effective date of August 3rd, 2021.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll start off.
Councilman Burr.
No brainer. It was a great interview. Lorelei, it just very well prepared for this role. I think that very confident that she has the support from her team. Highly regarded in the public works arena, not only in Meridian, but also not even in the valley, but throughout the state. And just very grateful and happy that she did well in her interview and not surprised at all. And I'm excited to see what this the next chapter is in public works. So congratulations to you, Lorelei, and great to see you in this position. I know you're going to do awesome.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I believe that Lorelei is the exact type of leader that we need in this role, and she has my confidence. Thank you for recommending her.
Anybody else at this time for discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Well, I just appreciate that my alma mater is well represented with Lorelei's appointment, so that's always a good thing. Go Yotes. But it just it's wonderful to have her with her experience coming to lead the organization in public works, and I think the best advice I can give her is that you aren't doing this alone. Yes, you're not going to be the leader. You're people are looking to you, but you've got a great team, and you've got people who in public works that know their jobs, do it well, great customer service, and you're going to be well supported, and I know your success will be their success, and everything else that comes along with that. So I just look forward to your tenure as Meridian's Public Works Director.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'm very excited to see that we have someone who's been with the city for a long time that loves being here and that wants to lead our significant public works department. And that is what we hope and desire for the city, is that we have staff that want to stay with us long term and serve here. It's an honor when our staff do that. And I also want to say that always believe that we should hire the best candidate no matter what, but I am excited to have another female director in our city.
Thank you. Well, I have a motion and a second, and everyone has spoken. So with that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perot,
Aye.
Strater,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Byrne.
Aye, 1,000 times.
All ayes, motion carries. Congratulations on your appointment effective August 3rd. And of course, she's prepared with remarks.
Don't worry, no PowerPoint yet. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and council for your support and your continued support over the years. I really appreciate it. Most people go into public works, usually not by choice, they kind of just fall into it, but I feel so lucky that I did. Not very many jobs you get to provide something to every single citizen of the entire city every single day, and I don't take that responsibility lightly. I also feel really lucky to get to do what we do for the environment every day, taking care of one of our most precious resources, our city's water. But more importantly, I love that I get to work with so many amazing people from diverse backgrounds. So scientists to operators to engineers. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I promise that I will give it my all. I'll always be honest, fair, and fiscally responsible. And I'll work hard to make you proud, but more importantly, to make you proud of our whole department. And so to all of the public works staff, thank you, because I couldn't do it without you. Without your support, your talent, and your hard work. And I promise to always work hard to ensure that you have the resources to do your best work every day, and hopefully make this a place that you enjoy coming to every day. And I'd also like to thank Dale for his support and motivation. I probably would not have gone back to school without his push, so I think thanks for that. But one of the many lessons that I've learned from Dale is to always put your people first, and that's something I plan to carry forward. So, and lastly, to my family that's watching, I'm not sure on which one, but thanks for always being in my corner, and I love you, and thank you for your support.
It is. And you're welcome to stay throughout the rest of this time if you'd like, or we won't take offense if you decide that the next few items are not as exciting from that standpoint. But with that, we will move on to item 16, which is the Police Department fiscal year 2021 budget reallocation. And I'll turn this over to Mr. Lavoy.
Mr. Mayor, esteemed Mr. President, I just want to say grateful that you give me the opportunity to speak in front of you today. But I'm here to answer any questions that you may have on this request. To give you the quick summary version of this, fiscal year 2020, this budget was presented to you as council for remodel at the police station. It was approved in 2020 for about $1 million. At that time, we failed to review the document in details to figure out exactly what was being requested. At that time, we requested a certain amount of the money to be used by impact fees, and impact fees are restricted to certain construction projects, and we failed to recognize the construction projects at that time. So we are now standing here in front of you, acknowledging our error. The projects still want to move forward. We're just asking that we utilize the capital improvement fund in lieu of the impact fees in the amount of $900 and something thousand dollars that's submitted to you. So again, we're owning our error. We're asking that the project still wants to move forward. We do have Jamie Leslie to answer any project questions. He has the scope details. I'm owning the mistake of using impact fees instead of capital improvement fees from fiscal year 2020's budget. So I stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Todd. Council, do you have any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
Todd, it's not obvious to me why the impact fees are not, why this isn't permissible. Can you go into detail
Sure.
on that?
Definitely. So impact fees can only be used for construction one-time capital projects that expand or increase the level of service as it is measured within the impact fee study. Within the impact fee study, the police department level of service is actually measured by the amount of square feet of administration building. Since this project is not increasing the level or the amount of square feet, it's only remodeling existing. Therefore, these projects are not actually eligible because we're not increasing the number of square feet within the building.
Irregardless of what that space is used for.
You got it.
In
The
this
footprint
case.
is the footprint still.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, Todd. Appreciate you coming up here and
Sure.
we all make mistakes. All of us do. And the important thing is just to own it in a straightforward way. And I super appreciate that about you and your team, because that's what gives us the confidence in the finance department is how transparent we are. So I really appreciate that. I don't have any concerns personally.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I don't have any concerns either, but again, ditto to what my fellow council members have said. I'd also like to add to the fact that, one of the reasons why we are who we are as a city is because how financially responsible we are. I mean, there are many cities in the state and throughout this nation that if they were to have to flip a bill of $1 million, there'd be no way that they could do it. And with us and how we're managed, not going to say that it's a big deal, but this is something that we absolutely can handle and we're going to move on. So it's just a true testament to how we run our city, how the finance department makes sure that, that we dot our i's and cross our t's and we have the resources available during a rainy day when problems arise that we're going to be okay. And to our citizens who are listening, this is how it's done. This is the reason why we have funds available for these type of situations. And so on one hand, we made a mistake, but on the other hand, we're okay because we prepared for these things. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks, Todd.
And if I would just add, this actually frees up impact fees to go towards police substations as well. So they have a use, a dedicated use that makes more dollars available for that sooner rather than later, one way, no matter how you want to look at it. So
Correct.
Not a loss, just a reallocation. My understanding is we do not need a motion on anything pertaining to this. This is more informational.
Not in this case. I don't think we need to get a motion. I think it was more informational and answer any questions for you. Fund allocations are under my purview as CFO of the city of Meridian. I have the authority to make this change on your behalf if you guys are okay with it, which sounds like we're okay with it. Go. Thank you.
Todd. Okay, so council, the next item is a public hearing for ordinance number 21-1936. I'm going to open this public hearing with comments from Mr. Neri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So what we had done, this is the time that we had noticed for a public hearing for today, for any citizen comment or any council discussion on the ordinances. The ordinances are listed on your regular agenda for approval. If you recall from last week, Mr. Everett came and explained what the recommendation from the citizen committee was in relation to both increases for the council's compensation annually, as well as the mayor's compensation and their basis for it. Crystal and Richie, the HR director, and myself attended all those meetings. So if there are questions about any questions you have about process, Mr. Everett's going to be here tonight, but you have questions about process or any additional follow-up from last week, my only ask is that based on the state ordinance or state statute and what's required in adding any addition to compensation for either the council or the mayor, we will have to take action tonight. For it to be published timely to meet the state requirements before the election, we wouldn't have another opportunity, since there's no meeting next week, to have it passed and published in time. So I can answer any questions. Crystal has certainly all the information and data the committee looked at. If you have additional questions after last week's conversation. I don't know if anybody signed up online or we're here to testify about it, but this was the time for the public to weigh in if they wished. And I don't know if anybody's wanted to weigh in.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Neri at this time? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anybody that'd like to provide testimony on this item, please use your raise your hand feature on the Zoom platform or come forward at this time to the podium.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
we don't have to take any action this evening or make a motion or anything. We still have some more readings that,
The
Uh,
readings are on the 6 o'clock.
Around the 6 o'clock, and if whatever action you're going to take has to be taken today.
or even at the 6 o'clock, or does that now?
No, it can be at 6 o'clock.
It's at 6 o'clock. This was
This is
just
just
on.
a hearing opportunity.
Yeah, and I think we said if we have anyone that come speak, is there at 6, for the 6, we would probably take their testimony or comments at that time on the ordinance as well. But we thought we'd do the official public hearing here from that standpoint. So seeing no one who has raised their hand or come forward, I take a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
so moved. Move that we close the public hearing for ordinance 211936.
Here, I'll second the motion.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I apologize. Mr. Neri just pointed out there's 2 ordinance numbers, so may I restate my motion?
Yes, I don't know that I opened both of them. I think I just opened the first one too. I mean, technically, we don't even need a public hearing.
Correct.
From that standpoint, but for the record, we'll note that both ordinance 211936 and 211937 were opened. No one provided testimony on either one. And Councilman Pro has made a motion to close both of them at this time. With seconds. Councilman Burr.
If will that still allow people to, folks to testify at the next meeting, even though that's
Correct.
okay? Yep. So, Councilman.
Motion second, any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed, and we'll take up the ordinances at the 6 o'clock meeting. Next item up is Valley Regional Transit fiscal year 2022 funding request. I'll turn this over to Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Stephen Hunt is here. He is the development director from VRT. Just a quick introduction. On May 28th, VRT staff did send a memo to the city. It was addressed to our CFO, Mr. Lavoy. It outlined and detailing their FY22 requests and services and the projects in Meridian. Their FY22 requests are different than what was anticipated by about $18,000, largely because of revenue shortfall. This came up when you were talking about the draft budget for this next year. We didn't have the memos readily available to give to you at that time when you were in this room looking at those, and requested that VRT come and explain and discuss that request a little bit further. So again, Mr. Hunt is here and we'll walk you through that a little bit more.
Good afternoon, members of the council and mayor. Glad to be here. So again, my name is Stephen Hunt, Development Director at Valley Regional Transit. And I was going to tonight's presentation, I was going to touch on 3 different things. Before we get to the funding request, just wanted to go over some highlights of what we were able to accomplish over the last year, and also some background on the cost allocation model and the request. So
Stephen, is it on your screen? Okay, I'll be right there.
It is not yet responding. There we go. So again, yeah, it highlights cost allocation funding. First of all, the thing that I wanted to mention is that we, over the last year, have been working on developing the electric charging infrastructure, as well as getting the electric vehicles for the electrification and expansion of our transit fleet. We took delivery of our first vehicle this past month, and want to actually invite the council and anybody that is interested into a ribbon cutting that we're planning for mid-September, when we'll be out at the Orchard facility, launching or unveiling the electric vehicles that have started to arrive. By the end of the year, we'll have 12 of those vehicles, 2 of those to support the service here in Meridian. We've also been working on improving loading and unloading areas within the city of Meridian in advance of the service launch this October. There are 4 different locations that we've improved to make it easier for people to get on and off the bus. We have also redone the website, which is an effort to just improve our communication with the public. It supports the efforts we've done on Twitter and Facebook to better engage the public, have more responses that way. And the website redesign is focused on helping people use the service, get faster to how to pay, how to ride, and do the trip planning. And that's been great. Along those same lines, we also redesigned the transit schedules. These are small things, but they're important because what we're trying to do is make sure that it's easy for the public to, at a glance, see what transit connects people to, how to use it, and what it means to them. So the front cover of all of our paper schedules now at a glance show when the service is available, the types of destinations you can reach using that service, and the amount of time that it takes to travel along that. The other thing that we've been doing over the last year and a half is improving our on-time performance. We've seen some substantial improvements in that over the last period. Our current regional or system-wide on-time performance now stands about 84%. But all of those things happened, as you know, under the veil of COVID over the last year, which has had some significant impacts on both our service, the service we've been able to provide, and the activities that we've been doing, again, over the last 18 months or so. Throughout that period, VRT as a sponsor and support to Harvest Transit continued to provide technical support to our specialized transit providers. In the city of Meridian, that includes Harvest Transit. We increased the amount of cleaning, as everybody else did, in our services, tried to make sure that we were providing safe places for people to use to get to where they need to go. We implemented remote working and meetings, again, leveraging some of the social media output or tools, platforms that we have been using with the website, with Facebook, doing Facebook Live meetings, as you all have done as well. Those are same types of activities that we were doing through this period. You know, we also suspended the launch of the Route 30, which was scheduled to begin this past spring. We put that off until October of this year, which again, we're hoping gets us farther out of COVID. Yeah, but that's on the schedule now for October. I stepped over the Safe Travels Treasure Valley newsletter, which is something, again, that we launched during COVID to help communicate to the public what it was that VRT was doing to ensure that people could use both our services as well as the Vanpool services that the commuter ride offers, to make sure that people knew that they could still get around to where they needed to go in a safe manner. And that newsletter, we have continued throughout this whole time, and I think has become an asset to us in terms of our ability to, again, communicate with the public about what's going on, highlight things for them. And we anticipate doing that on into the future. But some of the significant impacts that came with COVID was in our ridership. So We were seeing some growth going into 2020 compared to the previous years. And all of that was reversed with the impacts of COVID. The two services, fixed route services that serve Meridian, the routes 40 and 42 in the first quarter of 2020 totaled about 17, almost 18,000 boardings. And in first quarter of 2021, that had dropped down to just 8,000. Those were the routes that, well, the 40 in particular, which is a peak period service, getting people to work from Nampa, Meridian, and Caldwell into Boise, saw a decline of upwards of 75% of our ridership during COVID. So those took some big hits. The 42 was a smaller route, less significant in terms of ridership decline, but still significant. Specialized transit services such as Harvest Transit and Rides to Wellness also took a hit during COVID. There was a period of time when they completely shut down. At the depths of COVID, those have all started to come back, but we are still off of where we were in 2020 or 2019. So that's the background for where we're headed as we go into 2021, which includes the launch of the Pine 30 route, which connects 10 Mile to Kleiner Park in the village. We're beginning to develop, or we're developing our launch and awareness campaign for that. We anticipate doing some events. So 14th, I think I mentioned, was when we're doing the ribbon cutting for the electric vehicles at Orchard. We plan on doing another ribbon cutting style event for the launch of the service next week or the week after that, prior to October 30th, when we launched the Pine 30 route. We'd like you all to invite you to come out to that as well. And then post-launch, we anticipate doing a number of engagements throughout the fall with the public to just raise awareness about the service and encourage people to use the new service. But despite all of that, we do still plan on a slow start for in terms of ridership, but we know that looking at the corridor, everything's still continuing to grow along the corridor. We believe it's the right solution, and we'll work with you and our partners to be successful in that. We have also talked to staff about how we grow that service over time. Whenever we launch new services, we talk about the amount of time that it takes for service to mature, about 12 to 24 months, or the route to have the ridership that for people to change their travel behaviors and start using it to the extent that they will. And then we are also continuing to work with our partners, City of Boise and elsewhere, about connecting that over that service so that we have connections on both ends, to Nampa and to Boise. And those are things that we see coming down the pipeline. So just a few words now about the cost allocation model. There are three different types of costs that we speak of in the cost allocation model. There's a regional overhead, which handles administration and finance, the types of things that aren't directly attributed to where service is consumed. And then we have services which are distributed according, so that's things like the fixed route service, paratransit, anything related to the operations of service, and then capital, which is any associated capital for providing that service. So those are the three categories of expenses that we put into the cost allocation model. And the way it works is we start with identifying all of our expenses in those categories, and we subtract from that the revenues that we see coming. And those revenues would be either directly generated revenues or revenues that come from advertising or federal sources. And that gap between our expenses and those revenues is what we then target to raise locally. That's our total local need. We take that and break that up into those categories of general, assessment, service, and capital. And then we distribute those categorized costs into among our partners according to either where the services are consumed in the service and capital. So that's the amount of revenue miles, or the general assessment based on their regional share their share of the regional population. So general assessment costs are distributed by each jurisdiction's share of the regional population and service capital is based on where service is consumed. And that results in then the local requests. So for the city of Meridian, as was mentioned, we work with our partners early and often to try and help them see what to expect. However, the downside of that is those numbers continue to change over the budget period. Early in the spring, we had an original estimate about $595,000 that we would need for FY22 from the city of Meridian. And as the budget process cycle continued, we recognized that we needed to reduce what our directly generated revenues were going to be for FY 2022. We weren't expecting the impacts of COVID to last as long as we anticipate them lasting now. So we modified those revenues down and then had to redistribute those costs among our partners, which means that local share went up. We also made a few minor changes to the route miles, which had some changes around the edges, but that's what you can see on the slide in front of you is how those costs broke out between the general assessment, service assessment, capital, and special assessments. So special assessments, I guess I failed to mention, those are the things such as Harvest Transit and Rides to Wellness. So specific things that the community wants to see VRT accomplish. We work with those communities to identify the appropriate funds for the services. So the difference between what was presented in the spring and now was, again, because of the reduction in directly generated revenues, and then we took those back through the cost allocation model, and everybody's share adjusted, and Meridian's share went from 595 up to 613, 651. A note on here about what the difference between the proposed and the baseline is. We again work with our partners to ensure they understand what the total costs are for providing the service. We, as you know or may know, have received more federal funds over the last year to address some of the impacts of COVID, and that's the difference between the baseline and the proposed, is the application of those one-time funds to federal sources to offset those costs to local jurisdictions. So that's what that discount or difference is, but we don't want that to become a surprise in future years when those funds are. Keep an eye on both the baseline, but then proposed what we're requesting specific budget. One more slide, but I feel like I want to pause here for any questions about it.
Council, any questions?
Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. Question, I mean, COVID unfortunately is still here. Unfortunately appears to be happening continuously. Is it your recommendation that it's better to move forward on opening the 30 Pine route as opposed to suspending it for another year? Help me understand the thought process.
Mayor, Councilmember Strader. So I don't know where the Delta variant is going. I don't know the degree to which things may close back down again. But prior to the Delta variant arising, yes, it was our recommendation that we go ahead and move forward with the Route 30 investments for a couple of reasons. One, we knew that we'd be coming out of COVID at that time. We knew that people might be changing back into like different travel patterns, and we wanted to be there then when people might be trying out something new or getting back into the rhythm of things, as opposed to wait until everything's completely back to normal and then go and try and find new people. So we feel that there is a value in being there when people are coming back, as opposed to waiting for everything to be back and then starting. But to be completely frank, I don't know what's going to happen with the Delta variant if things were to go back to how they were last spring. No, I mean, maybe we would want to postpone that, but I think that would be more on an emergency basis to say, like, let's tap the brakes for a couple of months and implement.
Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
when could we make that call? Is there a decision point where you would come back before us closer to October with an update about, okay, let's push the button and go, as opposed to waiting. And I don't know what the magnitude of the incurred costs are, considering that there's a federal offset. If you can quantify that.
Mayor, Councilmember Strader, I don't have a dead date. I mean, we're working right now on launching October 1st. I don't see, I mean, yeah, we were not planning on delaying even where we were at right now. But when COVID happened, remember, I mean, none of us saw that happening at that point. So can we respond when things go crazy? Yes. And I guess I would anticipate delaying the 30 at this point would be more akin to that than looking at the future and saying, we really don't think this is the right time. Let's push off for another year. But that would be different circumstances.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Got it. Thanks. That's helpful. So from your perspective, it makes the most sense to move forward as planned, with the thought being that if we were to see a big change in behavior from this new level of activity, which is already half of what we expected, right? Then at that point, we could suspend it again. Okay, I just wanted to sort of understand like the thinking and at what point you would come back and sort of like touch base with city council or others about plans.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Stephen, thanks for the presentation. I just want to explore a little bit on the baseline and proposed, and you mentioned the federal funds and whatnot. And it's kind of like some of the property tax funding that has happened where the property tax is lower this year, but be ready for next year. But to that point, though, if we do have a bounce back and things get more back to normal, there should be higher revenues to help offset that. So I just want to be sure we don't have to look at that baseline as something that, oh, okay, the following year it's going to be at least that, if not more, because the revenue structure may increase enough to offset some of that increase. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, yes, I guess I should say that's feasible, right? There's lots of different things that could happen there. And what I hope you got out of that really brief cost allocation model is understanding, yeah, whatever happens to those revenues are going to impact the local cost that we then distribute. So if we see an increase in fare revenue, which we would expect with ridership returning, the increase that we saw between what we said in the spring and now wouldn't be there. And so, but the additional revenue that we got from the feds wouldn't be. They're not at the same scale, but they would be. Don't take the 732 to the bank, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, Stephen, yes, that's what I want to be sure, so we can have that in mind. But yes, it may not be a static figure for the future. So thank you.
Stephen,
That's one Burnt.
what is your current ridership as we speak? I know that earlier in the year, it was obviously not where it was to be expected because of COVID, but where is it currently?
I don't have a specific number, but it's still low. We haven't seen, so typically what we see is we see ridership increase as we go into the fall because school's back in session, that kind of stuff happens. So you'll see a decline in the summer and then a jump back in the fall. We didn't see that this past fall, and now we're back into the summer again. So it's still low.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
So I guess piggybacking on what Councilwoman Strader mentioned, hence the reason normally in business where I come from, if ridership's low and business is low, you cut costs, you scale back. And so that would be my first recommendation is to figure out how to maneuver through that. I understand that that's what it is. It's hard. And you don't know what this Delta variant is going to do. And by all means, do I want to scare the public and, by any means, but it's real. And so I would look real hard at that and because it's tough for me to allocate more funds to VRT, knowing that your ridership is down and you're not getting as much activity as you once were, not knowing where that ridership is going in the future. I think that's the reason why Council Administrator asked the question. She did. So, did you guys one last question?
Councilmember.
Did you guys get any COVID relief?
We did, yes.
And okay. What's one last question? I'm sorry.
Councilmember.
So what did that COVID relief look like? I mean, I know that we had a bunch of money that we got from the feds and we allocated it to 4 different things. Did you guys allocate some of your funds from the feds to offset some of your losses that you incurred this past year?
Mayor, Councilmember Byrne, yes, that's exactly what we did. And working with our partners, identified the areas. Those funds went to support operations largely. And then that freed up other funds potentially for other types of activities. And we've been working with City Meridian staff and all of our other funding partners on how that impacts other investments. They went to operation.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I mean, so it looks like, at least based on this slide, if their original estimate was 595,000, that the COVID relief was pretty significant in helping to offset the increase to the baseline. So it's a change of around $18,000 for this year coming up. I guess what I would say is, I think you're hearing we're a fiscally conservative town. You're hearing that concern. So the change isn't huge this year, but next year, if your ridership is the same or has fallen further, we would be looking at an increase of possibly $100,000 with less ridership. And I think you'd be in a really tough position. So I'd say it would be important, I think, to come up with, you're hoping to get that net out there and capture people's behavior changes. And that makes sense to me, but I think you'd want to come through with a plan B, option for us or something if we're in a bad situation a year from now. Would just be my personal take on it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Just some questions about Route 30 and sounds to me like you have a marketing plan. Has there been consideration of making that more robust as far as mailers to residents that live near a stop, being present at community events with booths and whatnot? Just those types of marketing efforts can become very staff intensive and expensive. And maybe you've done these in the past and they have not worked to the, effect that you had intended them to. So can you, in line with Councilwoman Schrader's question about do we delay, can you speak to what your anticipation is of how that marketing effort will improve the public's knowledge of the route?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, the efforts around our engagement with the community focused on, we'll have a few pre-launch events, but then post-launch is where we would be focusing most of our efforts. So that we wouldn't be telling them to use something that in a month, but go out and use it tomorrow. And so the schedule is that those would happen over this fall after the service is launched. We are anticipating being present at various community events and doing that. Those would be our go-to and leveraging relationships we have both with the Chamber of Commerce and the City of Meridian to get at both the residential side as well as the employment side, helping people see the opportunities that are available there.
Well, Stephen, I'll just add, I mean, part of the reason why we're here, quite frankly, was this took more staff time and budget preparation than probably anything else between community development, finance, my office, because this was a constant moving target. And that became probably some of my personal frustration when, again, we get to budget day and we've got a different number again presented. So what I would encourage you to go back to ERT is find a number, stick with it and present it, and then live with it each year. You know, because that's an important part of our planning for when we're putting together our budget, is to not have moving targets to the best of our ability. So that's my feedback, but I'm right in line with the council members. You know, I think we have to think really hard if now is the right time to invest further into the services, or, you know, what modifications can or should be made with either this style of revenue or not using the revenue at all because of the service level. Those are great questions. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And speaking personally, those are the things that we balance, is trying to figure out how do we share as much information we can about where we are financially, and being precise about those numbers. And it's been on my mind about how we can improve that for all of our jurisdictions, because it's something that they all face, is like, what is that number? And that number depends on everybody else's decisions as well, because there's amount that we need to use to operate. So we strive to have as few changes in that as possible over the budget period. We will continue to do that. Trying to be sympathetic to the concern, certainly. We'll look for ways to mitigate that.
I've got some suggestions we can do offline if you're interested, but
Absolutely.
again, it takes your funding model and throws out the window.
We are open to that as well. It's been something else that we've been talking about, is how you could, it's a bit of a trade-off when we look at that in terms of how specific do we want to be for the expenses versus stability for budgeting. And we don't always line up exactly. Those have been the things we've been trying to balance over time. And as we went with the cost allocation model, the purpose of that was to get really clear about what the expenses were and how those could be distributed among our partners. Downside of that is it means it jumps every time anything changes. And so, yes, absolutely, we'd love to have more conversation about what would be most useful to the city of Meridian on how.
Also, anything further?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
Stephen, you're navigating some muddy waters, so I don't envy you. But thank you for the update.
All right, I did have one more slide that will
Okay. Go ahead.
warm your heart, I'm sure. That was a joke. It won't. The last thing I wanted to mention is since we last talked, we have had a hard time continuing to attract drivers. We haven't been able to keep our meet our pullout in some cases. So we are in our current budget that will be in front of will be in front of our board this next board meeting on August 3rd, includes an increase in wages to ensure that we can keep operating at the levels of service that we have. So that would further change those requests from our local jurisdictions. And we're working again with that through our partners. Recognize what the point of all of this is, to help our jurisdictions just understand where things are at. We know that you all have to make decisions, and when you do, we'll respond to that, right? That's the nature of our relationship. Is we want to make sure that everybody understands what the costs are for the service. You all make your best decisions about how and what's reasonable to fund, and then we adjust to that. This is just more information about if we're trying to keep all of our operators available to provide the services that we've talked about.
Your slide didn't advance. If there's something we're supposed to be looking at.
Not advanced. They look
Oh.
very similar.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
The difference is it goes from 613 to 631. It's actually even. Yeah, so there would be an increase in the total.
Are you suggesting that you would be asking to come back for a budget amendment in October? Because we can't raise our budget, nor can any other jurisdiction. We're not
That's-
alone.
Recognize that. Yes, we're just trying to make sure that you see those costs.
Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
it's even what it just, I mean, because of the way that our municipal budgeting works, wouldn't it make more sense? At least feedback for next time, right? Come with the number that's your worst case scenario. If you're actively discussing something, and then that way we could plug that in. So will we be seeing the 631? We can't change that now, right?
No.
Yeah.
You can't.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay.
This is it. Information.
Thank you for the information.
I think that laugh summed her up right about up.
Understood. And I mean, the request. One last comment on that is simply, we understand that we make requests of our local jurisdictions for the amount that it will take to fund the services. Local jurisdictions need to make their own decisions as to how much they are willing to pay for that. And then we're left to pick up the pieces. And we recognize that's been our situation. That's still our situation. We just appreciate the time to at least come, share what the costs are, and try and do it in as clean a way as possible. But we understand that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stephen.
Council, we've reached the end of our agenda. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second the motion.
Motion second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
I
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council, call the meeting to order. For the record, it's July 27th at 6:01 PM. We will begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh. Apologies. Councilwoman Perot. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Byrne.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Next up is the community invocation, which tonight will be given by TJ Hankey of Refresh Church. If you'd all please join us in the invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection. Thank you.
Father, your word tells us that ask what we need and thank you for what we have, and peace will be in our hearts. So today, God, we ask you that you would bring peace to our city, to our world. We have great needs ahead of us. Pray that there be rain and these fires would go away. I pray that you would protect our officers and our firefighters, Lord Jesus. I pray that the hearts of the people of this city would turn to you, God. We're so thankful that we get to live in this great place with an incredible council and mayor, Lord Jesus. We ask all these things in your name, knowing that you grant peace in all of this. Thank you, Lord. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay, then with that, we will move into action items. First item up is findings of fact conclusion of law for the tenant meridian age 2021-0025. I'll turn this over to Mr. Parsons.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So if you recall, 2 weeks ago, this body actually approved the tenant meridian project. At that hearing, it was discussed that we would put the findings on the regular agenda to make sure that we captured the appropriate DA provision for the extension of Cobalt Drive. Staff did work with the attorneys for both parties and try to draft up that language and put that into the Exhibit A of the findings. Hopefully you guys have had a chance to review that. I think we're all on the same page, so we just ask for your approval and move this project forward this evening.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Mr. Burnt.
I move that we approve H-2021-0025.
Mr. Mayor,
Woman Schrader.
I did have a question.
Do we have a second?
Second the motion.
I have a motion, and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilwoman Schrader.
Yes, please. I thank you, Bill. I just wanted to make sure that if we needed the fallback position, the compromise that the cost of the road would be, or that the road would basically fall and be split between the two properties, that piece was captured in the findings.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, it has been in that DA provision. It lays out what was discussed, either where it's stubbed in the concept plan with that cost share, or if they can't reach an agreement, then it falls basically half and half.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton.
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next up is a public hearing continuing from July 13, 2021, H 2021-0029. Bill, is this going to be you or is it going to be Joe?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Joe is going to do it from remotely this evening.
Okay, then Joe, I'll turn this over to you.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry about not being there in person. I'm not feeling too well, but I still wanted to participate in this, not leave it all on Bill. As noted, this was continued from 2 weeks ago in order for the applicant, which is ACHD, to reach out to their commission and discuss the phasing of both this project as well as the phasing of the the Ustick Road widening. We did receive a letter last week, July 22nd, from the ACHD Commission regarding the second point noted on this slide, 8.A1.J, which discusses the timing of a future building permit. Based upon the conversations that I had with ACHD, as well as from the discussions that occurred at the council meeting 2 weeks ago, I found that this was an appropriate modification of what is in the existing staff report. It is different than what the applicant had originally requested on the 13th. I did circulate this language with ACHD at the end of last week, and I was under the impression that this made sense and was understood. Beyond that, I don't have any other comments since everything else is the same. If you have any other questions, I'm here for you.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, everyone shaking their head no. Would the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Mr. Mayor, if I could take a little bit of a pause in this, I'd first like to thank your police department for the tremendous job they did on Sunday's Idaho Patriot Thunder. They did ensure that we all arrived safely, did a tremendous job as always, and it was just a pleasure to have them on board again, and we will make sure that next year we have that on your calendar very, very early for your participation. Mr. Mayor, we are.
Mr. Wong, if you could just say your name and address.
I'm sorry, it's Bruce Wong. I'm the director of the Ada County Highway District. Mr. Mayor, we do have a concern on this. This language that was changed, we were aware of that, or made aware of that today at 3:43. I've talked to my staff. We've not received any type of other reports back and forth, and we have been in lockstep and very agreeable to all of the conditions that the P&Z had asked us to consider. We've agreed to them all. And the letter from Commissioner Goldthorpe was very clear on what we thought was the agreement that would be coming in front of you. So, Mr. Mayor, council members, I do apologize, but we do not agree with the change at this point in time, and we request that you would render a decision that provides that was in lockstep with all the discussions we've had with your P&Z and the letter that you all requested that the president of the commission send you, which was that we would be able to take occupancy on phase 4. That was our request. That's the letter we sent. And again, first we were notified of this, and I've got the email here, was at 3:43 today. I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Part of the schedule of today was somewhat rushed in hopes that the stars might align and we can get this worked out, and understood that it might be rushed in doing so, but the letter came 5 days ago, and now we've got this condition and needs a little more time to discuss the pros and cons of specific language. The one thing that jumped out to me was that the condition made sense as proposed by staff, but to incorporate the specific metrics in the letter, because that would be in the DA as opposed to just referencing itself, to include those benchmarks. But by all means, if
we can work that.
If more time is necessary to visit with staff, we contemplated that very well might occur, because I think the second date we were looking at was end of August, beginning of September.
Before we just go directly to that, are there questions council has or comments? I mean, personally, this is more in line with what I thought the council's conversation was last week as compared to what we received from the letter from ACHD. So I would say that there's maybe a difference of expectation or interpretation. So, but that's how I heard the conversations last week or 2 weeks ago.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. I would agree with that, and that's why I wrote it this way. I apologize if there was any confusion with ACHD and their staff. I And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I have emails that I sent this out last week, this exact language minus the words ACHD commission and the date. And I had 2 people from ACHD tell me that it would look good, which is why I went forward with this. So I didn't formally send the memo until today, yes, because again, I was not feeling well today and I was out yesterday. But this is consistent with what I thought that the discussion between both myself and ACHD and what the council discussed last week. I know that the council's had other discussions recently about using the word certificate of occupancy because we have less control over how we can withhold that because of the TCO process. So I thought that using the word building permit consistent with my original DA provision makes more sense and gives the city, I guess, the most power to do exactly what the council had discussed 2 weeks ago.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
I agree with Joe as far as the recollection of, in fact, it was pretty recent that we were having that discussion on the, the COs versus building permits. And I got pinched in a different situation. So it's going to be appropriate, timely, quite frankly, to make sure not to have that happen. Joe's language, staff's language here made sense as well.
Additional questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
CHG provided a letter to us was in response to the conditions of approval on July 12th. And this that we're discussing here was just one of those items that they responded to, but there were 2 others. I just wanted to make sure our staff could advise us on those decisions as well. And so that was specifically A1C in the letter that was provided by ACHG's engineer. And that's specific to the commercial design of the buildings that are going to be along U-Stick and the cost related to those in relationship to the use of the building. And then in addition, that the multi-use pathway would be constructed in the second phase of development instead of the first. So I don't know if we as council need to have conversations about those requests to the changes in the conditions of approval. I didn't see anything in the file as far as staff specific comments on those. So I'd like to hear from our staff on that as well. And then if there's anything additional the applicant would like to share on those for our clarification, that would be great.
Joe?
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Perot, great questions. I did note that, or I should say, speak to those in my presentation 2 weeks ago. For the commercial standards, I did note that is something that staff is wanting, again, because it's the U-Stick corridor, it's highly visible, it's an arterial. We tend to do that a lot for buildings that are going to be close to the arterial. However, I did note 2 weeks ago, and I'll say it again, that if the council thinks that with the additional landscaping that I'm requiring and the additional cost that it might incur to the applicant, that they utilize the industrial standards, I understand that reasoning. I think that is up to the council to make that final determination if they want to give that concession to the applicant. On the second point regarding the multi-use pathway, traditionally, we have always wanted the pathways and landscaping to be done with the first phase. I do understand that per the phasing plan submitted by ACHD, by the applicant, that phase 1 is pretty minimal. So I can understand the desire to move it to phase 2. I think that is acceptable. But again, it is council's determination if they want to do that per the phasing plan, or if they'd like to require it up front with phase 1. But no additional information has come about regarding those items.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
If the applicant could share with us some specifics on how they'd like the commercial design to be different, that would be really, really helpful. Give us a better understanding of what would be cost prohibitive.
The district is in agreement with all of the discussions we've had with your P and Z across the board, and we continue to be in agreement. We can work through these things and modifications. The one issue that I'll raise again was, again, the 343 note from your planner stating this, which we were not aware of. Commission was not aware of it. I was not aware of it. Our maintenance team was not aware of it.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Wong,
Yes.
would you disagree with what our planner just told you?
Yes.
100%. You're saying that he's lying.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that this is new to what we saw today at 343. We were under the assumption coming into here that we were lockstep with the now in the past. Yes.
Yes, Jennifer Berenger. I'm the Deputy Director of Maintenance at ACHD 3775 North Adams Street, Garden City. Just for clarification, this was sent to us last week before the commission memo came out. So what Joe was doing was kind of setting the stage, and here's what we think it's going to look like. And we were like, okay, that looks good. And then he said, after we get the memo, we'll clean it up a little bit. So we hadn't seen the cleaned up version after the memo got submitted. The changes that were made after the memo was submitted were specifically putting the date in there, but it didn't change the other pieces that the memo had outlined, to include kind of the changing to the condition of occupancy, as well as some of the other verbiage on tying it back to phase 4 in those cases. So again, he did submit this to us before the memo came out. So this doesn't incorporate what the commission had put into their memo.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember.
So what Mr. Wong is saying isn't accurate.
He's correct in the sense that he saw it today. That was when we saw the final version that was sent to you. What we
Question, no. The question, the question that I asked was, was this seen prior to 343? My planner is saying yes. The basic premise, there may be some different words and maybe some dates added, but I want to make it clear that I'm getting two different stories, one for my planner and one for Mr. Wong. And as a decision maker on this body, I'd like to know what's going on.
No, what your planner is saying is correct.
Okay.
He sent a draft of this last week before the memo was received from the commission. So this was kind of a leading edge before all of the facts were in. We hadn't seen the final version that incorporated what the ACHD commission would commit to. So what we saw was before what our commission was able to commit to.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
would it be helpful for you all to have additional time to digest language and review it then with the commission? Is that the request?
Mr. Mayor, council members, Steve Price, General Counsel for the Highway District. We did just get the final version of the staff report today at 3:43. But
Mr. Price, one second. Mr. Price, that's not what we're saying. We agree that the final version of it was sent at 3:43. But what I'm confused about is that Mr. Wong said that no other correspondence he hadn't seen anything until today at 3:43. So I just want to know what story is correct and which story is wrong.
well, Councilman Byrne, I'm not sure, and my comments aren't related to that. I will tell you that the way that we look at it is that we received communication on July 12th from the P&Z, and at that time, or excuse me, our engineer at that time was very clear that in terms of the condition and that would be AJ, and I believe we referenced that in our letter, that we wanted that condition modified as to occupancy, not as to the building permit. Okay. And then you had the meeting on, I believe, shortly thereafter, on the 13th. And we again restated that the council wanted a commitment from the ACHD Commission that they would go for offsite improvements in support of that. Now, in terms of offsite improvements, I'm not sure that We're comfortable with that legally. I'm not sure the council has the authority to condition a land use development application based upon offsite improvements. We're happy to make all of the onsite improvements, but the commission, as part of interagency cooperation, agreed to go ahead and accelerate the project in response to the council's requests. We sent that, and we sent that in the July 22nd letter. That was our agreement. The commission's agreement to do that was based upon the fact that no certificate of occupancy shall be issued until phase 4 of the project, consistent with the submitted and revised phasing plan and the deceleration along USTIC frontage, is constructed. That is what ACHD will agree to. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't think the council has the authority to require any more than that in terms of offsite improvements. That is something that is beyond what you can ask for, but we've agreed to it. And now today, you're telling us, no, it's not certificate of occupancy. It's based upon the building permit. We can't agree to that. There's no justification for that. You don't have the authority to do that. And if frankly, I don't understand it in terms of us building a building permit in terms and the relationship to occupancy. So that is our objection. If you've got a legal rationale, and Mr. Neri can provide it, as to why you can require offsite improvements beyond the onsite improvements, great, provide it to us. But today you're not, and we've already committed, the commission's agreed to, based upon certificate of occupancy, that we'll go ahead and accelerate that project plan. This is occupancy, folks. This isn't permitted to construct. Those projects will be done as committed by the commission. They'll be done by the time we actually take occupancy, and don't understand why the council is requiring that as a new condition. It was anything we've agreed to. It's nothing we've committed to as of today. And so I think there's a big misunderstanding as to what the commission has agreed to.
Mayor.
Just for clarification, this is not occupancy, this is annexation.
That's fine.
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
We both understand what the latitude there is in annexation.
I understand the latitude, but at the same time, you have to think of it reasonably as interagency cooperation, as we try to do with you. We're not asking to run the maintenance facility until we actually occupy it. We just want to construct it. There won't be any impacts to the roads until occupancy.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
I did want to clarify that what was in the memo from the ACHD Commission letter regarding the condition that they had in there, that was what ACHD requested as a modification to what is already in the commission recommendation that I sent out for the hearing 2 weeks ago. That is not something that our council or myself agreed with. That is something
Absolutely
that
agree with that.
the ACHD Commission, they may have seen that and that may be what they want, but that is not what we have agreed to. So I do understand Mr. Price's point there. And they did not receive a final draft of what I have included here until 3:43 today, yes. But the only thing that changed from July 22nd until now is I've added the words ACHD Commission in July 22nd, 2021, because I felt that the language was sufficient based upon what I had discussed with ACHD maintenance, as well as with the council discussion from 2 weeks ago. The rest of that is beyond my pay grade, frankly.
Appreciate that, Mr. Mayor and council members. And I think that is correct. But in terms of the commitment from the commission, we are stuck at a dispute as to certificate of occupancy and building permit. That's where we're at.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, coming into this, I thought, we're a little bit apart, not that far apart. So Steve, if we can walk through, when I read the letter, due to the fact that it could be interim uses that may need a building permit, but do not require occupancy. And then when I saw the language that Joe had submitted, it would allow for a building permit. And it is with this language here, and it talked about the decant washout station needing the building permit. Is there more than one building permit that is needed without the occupancy?
Yes.
So it sounds like you want to build out, and then when everything's done, you'll occupy, it's ready to go, you walk in, boom, you're operating.
Exactly. And we'll have all the improvements made to the road network offsite at that time.
Right, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Just
That seems a reasonable approach.
yeah, follow up, Steve, then. So it is probably not just having one building permit, but it's others.
Yes.
'Cause you need the building permit to get them constructed, and then usually building permits, and then as we know, certificate of occupancy follows after that. When the time comes, everything's agreed to, just like the Winco, everything's got to be done. Okay, here we go. And we can do temporaries, of course, but so it's just a matter of building permits, plural as opposed to singular. And it sounds like
It's a timing issue, and you're correct.
timing issue. So I think that's the area that we have to figure out if we can make that flow. So
And don't understand the rationale, frankly, as to why the certificate of occupancy versus the building permit.
and Mr. Mayor, if Joe could put up that other language, I was going back and forth that he had sent back and forth between the two, just trying to figure that out. Or is that you, Bill? Okay. Joe, could you put that language from your memo back up?
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, I was going to ask you which one you're referring to. There we go.
There we go.
The first one is not related to this. It was an additional DA provision based upon the sewage stuff that we had discussed. The one that we're discussing now is the lower one. And my understanding is that it was because the discussion 2 weeks ago was to do with truck traffic. And that's why the building permit and the future buildings that may incorporate the use of more trucks is the reason why we would be using building permit instead of certificate of occupancy, because we have the temporary certificate of occupancy process that can somewhat circumvent that provision. So I was trying to give the city a stronger position.
So, and Mr. Mayor, follow-up question for Joe then.
Councilman Hoagland.
So that's why no building permit shall be submitted until the widening project's completed, except for the one building permit. And for the decant washout station, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct. And that's what I had discussed last week with the other ACHG staff. So I thought we were on the same page there. This is something similar to what we do with a lot of larger plats where we say, well, we'll allow you one building permit for one building. That's it. We don't say withhold occupancy. We say one building permit because of this, because there's other ramifications with allowing more building permits, which usually means more traffic.
Mr. Mayor, question for Steve, and
Councilman Hoagland.
might defer this. So I remember seeing the plans. We went through all that. How many buildings are we talking about for building permits for that period of time that would be constructed?
Total of 7 buildings.
Mr.
And by the way, this is inconsistent with the July 22nd letter that the commission did send. So I'm not sure how there's been any interpretation that this is consistent with ACHD's position, because it's not been. It's a misunderstanding, fine. But it's important that we be able to build, and we most certainly won't occupy till all of those improvements have been made, including the on-site improvements adjacent to our facility, as well as off-site improvements. These are not minimal improvements. These are significant improvements that are off-site.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Steve, looking at the Planning and Zoning Commission proposed the condition, no building permit shall be submitted until phase 4. And that's why you countered and said, well, wait a minute, we need to have the build out and be ready to operate when that time comes.
Exactly.
So I understand that. If there's no, if you were to be allowed to build, there's no occupancy, they would be able to use the facilities like the decant washout. It sounds like, would there be truck storage? Is that how, I guess, and maybe this is a question for staff, is my lack of understanding on what is occupancy for something like a storage shed? Is that occupancy?
Councilman Hoagland, that's frankly kind of the issue I thought the council was having last time, was some of this stuff that is not a building, like the broom shed or the covered storage. Those things will require a building permit, but the gravel pit and the pavement and all the paved open storage, that generally does not. They need a certificate of zoning compliance, but we don't issue a building permit for them to move dirt and lay asphalt. So that's where, when you start having all these additional things that may not have a building, a physical building that has an occupancy, now you start getting to, well, you can still have trucks use the facility. You can still have all this truck traffic that was heavily discussed at the previous hearing. That was the issue. All that can still occur. So again, that's the understanding that I had. I agree that we don't have the same understanding that the ACHD commission had, because I was not in contact with them. And what they proposed or what they were shown was not what the council had agreed to either. So I do apologize for that misunderstanding. That was not our intention at all.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Hoagland, the ACHD is not going to operate this facility with trucks otherwise, other than the construction of it. And so we're not going to be running trucks out of there other than for construction purposes. Wouldn't make sense for us.
Mr. Mayor, Steve, I appreciate that comment. I think if there's some understanding to the effect that if it's built, that until you have, I guess, that certificate of occupancy should be issued. We just have to make sure the deceleration lane, the other widening projects are made, that is done, and then we can move forward. But I think somehow we have to figure out, okay, what is that language? I think we're close. Again, it just comes down to the language. Each side goes, okay, yes, we agree, and it means the same thing to everybody. So.
No, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Hoagland. I appreciate that. I really do. I think we can agree in the development agreement, which is anticipated on that language, that ACHD is not going to be actively operating any maintenance operations out of that facility until what the commission is committed to in our July 22nd letter.
Mr. Mayor.
But we need the ability to go ahead and build those facilities until that time.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge we run into with conditioning certificates of occupancy and enforcement has been a thorny one. In this case, if the DA could be crafted to reflect that understanding, I personally think that should make us more comfortable if we can enforce that additional language, according to Mr. Neri. But I do want to say, I appreciate the written commitment from the commission to go ahead and accelerate the widening of Ustick Road in that letter. I don't want to lose sight of that fact and the details of working this out. So I thought that was an important commitment and appreciated seeing that commitment in writing. That was my 2 cents.
And I'm going to try to walk a fine line in my comments right here. But this is a very similar situation to another project out in this area where we start talking about TCOs, DA provisions that are quite frankly enforced by you. I mean, some of the offsite improvements in these areas So just trying to, we got a lot of different issues that are kind of coming to light in this point in time to try to figure out, yeah, how do we work together to address all these issues that are offsite, onsite, et cetera, what we can hold a developer to. And I think that's the thing is like, we get these requests from developers all the time, say, we need to go in and we need to do this first. We need to do this. And we've seen how that doesn't work on our back end, that we're trying to figure out what does make sense for another government entity partner and how do we work together to solve these issues without going through all these hoops to make things complicated. And that's, where we are in several issues right now, and that's what it feels like.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, if I can, the difficulty is that, well, one is the development agreement between the city and the city of Meridian. We're contractually bound by any conditions that you put. Check, that's done. The second point is that we're in a unique situation, unlike other developers, where you can condition from a partnering agency to make improvements beyond. You can't require this of other developers because they don't have the ability to make offsite improvements like a wholesale improvement of arterials in the area. But the commission's agreed to that. Fine. You can condition that in the agreement. The commissions did what you said. They provided you a letter of commitment that they would do that. Obviously, that's going to take resources from other projects that are within our priority, but we're willing to do that. So it's a difficult situation, but it is within your purview, within the development agreement, to require what we have proposed. And that's all we're asking.
Mr. Mayor, keep me on a short leash.
You will.
Yeah, just try to be, again, we got a school down the road that has offsite improvements, offsite road improvements, which are part of a DA.
Yes.
That we're being asked to uphold, which are not necessarily ours to uphold, but they're part of our DA.
Well, they're yours to enforce.
And that's where we're getting into these type of issues where it's like.
But in this situation, Mr. Mayor, we're in the contract. The school, we're not in the contract. There's a difference.
Can we hold them to do their own work through a DA provision that we don't have the ability to sign off on or enforce against?
Contractually, you can.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I guess maybe to kind of echo where Joe was going earlier, part of the reason, the difference between building permits and certificates of occupancy are huge. And the reason why in a majority of commercial developments with multiple buildings, where we are very stringent on allowing more than one building or more than two buildings, usually it's primarily one, is because it's the biggest hammer we have. You can't build another building until you get this done. And we want whatever needs to be done to make this whole project fit has to be done before you get to build a second building. That's the common practice because from an enforcement standpoint, it's a lot easier. On occupancy is physically occupying the building. Right? If you want, it requires some voluntary effort on the property owner to enforce it. We can red tag the door. People walk by red tags a lot on buildings when we've done this in the past. We now have to take code enforcement action. Now we have to take contractual legal action against the property owner to enforce it, or we de-annex it. I mean, that's the other option in the contract. So it is a lot more difficult to manage on contingencies where we aren't the signing party. Again, if we're required to sign off on it to approve the next phase of whatever that is, it's fine. But if it requires another agency's approval and also their voluntary compliance with that, those can be challenging to deal with. And I know there are other entities around the state and around the valley that find that challenging in dealing with partner agencies that, again, we do want to get along. We do want to figure out how to do this together. But again, we don't have a lot of teeth up front. The building permit is the teeth. Everything else requires a lot of letters, phone calls, conversations, visits from code enforcement. You know, again, are we going to have the ability? We don't have the ability. We can turn off water, Normally, that's not a condition as long as they're paying their water bill. I don't know what those needs of the utilities are on this property at that point in time. We can sometimes, depending if there's a life safety issue, we can turn off power. I don't foresee that in this situation. So if people won't comply, the enforcement without a building permit as a need is a little harder. So I don't want to kid anybody that the CO is the same, because it's not.
Mr. Mayor, and I most certainly acknowledge that, but we're one of your better partnering agencies and we most certainly try and get along. And I don't think you can question the integrity of ACHD. And if you want to put a condition in the development agreement that we won't operate any of our operations out of that facility, that is most certainly fine. We can agree to that.
Mr. Mayor.
And that's contractual, and Mr. Nary's right. You'll be into potentially a breach of contract, a development agreement. But you're not talking about a developer. You're talking about the Ada County Highway District, and you're talking about the integrity of the Director Wong and the commission, that we will commit that we won't do anything until certificate of occupancy. We won't run any operations. We need to build those facilities until that time. That is something that you can put in writing in a contract. Mr. Neri knows it, and we'll commit to it.
Just to do a quick follow-up on kind of related and related. And 2 weeks ago, when we heard that the plan was to operate 3 facilities.
Yes.
News reports have said otherwise. Can you just put on the record that is this to replace the facility down in Garden City, or the facility in Garden City stay operational?
Well,
because I saw different stuff in the media and I just want to have it on the record.
no, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. We have, based upon a lot of pressure from Garden City, we are now looking to relocate the Garden City maintenance yard to a new location. We are in negotiations in a contract, actually, to purchase property off of Federal Way, and that would move that facility off of that, but it will not diminish the need because of the growth in the west from the facility that we're trying to get permitted from you today.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that we had a clear understanding.
Yep.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm going to ask about that first, and then I'll make a follow-up statement. So does that mean you're still intending on having 3 facilities? The one in, because it's my understanding there's also going to be one in South Boise potentially?
Well,
or is that going to replace Garden City and the Boise facility, the one in Federal Way?
excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot, if I get it wrong, I'm not good at French, but the idea is that we'll have 3 facilities operating at all times. We'll be moving the Adams facility, which is in Garden City, to Federal Way, and that won't change the number of facilities. So we'll have the Federal Way facility, but trust me, that is a long ways away. The Cloverdale facility and the Meridian facility.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
So I just want to, I have a question for you. I just want to make a comment that, first of all, I appreciate the commitment that the commission is willing to make to allow us to put that in the DA, because the conversation we're having right now is very different than, in my opinion, the conversation we had at the last hearing. And I think very highly of Becky, and she's phenomenal, but her presentation has been very different than the one that you're presenting.
Well, I'm the blunt instrument. They bring me in.
And so I just want you to know that it's understandable that we're kind of here now, because what was presented to us was a lot of ambiguity about things. And so very much appreciate the letter that was sent from the commission clarifying what your intentions are. But there was a lot of questions asked and a lot of ambiguity. And I think had your staff been here and you've been here the first time around, we may not be here. So I just wanted to share that with you, because
well, I appreciate that.
It's not intended, you know, I want to be in good communication as well, but just we'll be having these conversations about other applications in the future. And I appreciate that you all have come and taken your evening to talk to us this evening, because what you have shared with us this evening, in my opinion, is significantly different and more clear than what we received the first time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Question for Bill. I just want to make sure I understand the process and understand the hammer that the the building permit is for us to be able to use to make sure things get done. But if Cincy were to come before us for the first time and they said, we want to build our headquarters and 2 warehouses, and here's our time frame, we're going to be doing these pretty much concurrently, would we not issue 3 building permits for that? Or do they have to complete one and then do the next one and then the next one? And if they're doing, say, widening of Pine at the same time?
So Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I mean, I think this would be the conversation you'd be having with any developer on what they'd like to do. So, you know, I mean, I guess what I would characterize the letter from President Goldthorpe was that's ACHD's ask. Their ask is we will widen the roadway with this condition that allows us to build the buildings, but not occupy them by this date. Every developer asks you for things in annexation as a give and take on a development agreement. So if Cincy were to ask that, I would tell you the same thing, and so would planning. Once they build those buildings, I have a lot less control over people going inside them. Because again, the building process is primarily focused on the construction of the building and its safety to occupy it. So then to build a building that is completely done and completely safe to occupy, but has a contractual provision that says no one can be in there, there's no real teeth for us to enforce that, especially on private property. This is a little bit different. But if it was a Cincy situation, it's behind the fence on their property behind some trees. I can't see if anybody's in there. So then enforcement is challenging. So I think we would always have this conversation. And certainly Bill is probably a better resource than me, but we could ask this all the time. This is not new of we need this, this, and this. And we're saying, no, we want to really hold the line here. Again, our standard has been one. Again, we've seen it in residential. We've had the same questions in the past. You have a person standing there with their moving van full of furniture, and they're saying, what do you mean I can't occupy because there's a sticker on the door? Too bad, I'm going in there to do it. So it can be challenging. So we have over time tried to create these standards to be able to have enforcement mechanisms.
And Mr. Neri, just a bit, it's not been uncommon for levels of building to be based upon, quite frankly, offsite road improvements. Like I can think of Walton property, which was based upon limitations until Progress Bridge was put in. Center Cal, same similar stuff. Obviously, Winco had its own unique one most recently, but it's not uncommon for elements to be tied to road improvement specifically more than anything that I can think of.
You're correct, sir. Yeah, it's certainly not an uncommon part of the development process. And again, it's a partnership with the developer, ACHD, and the city, and trying to get those road improvements done.
Mr. Mayor, follow up, Bill, then I'm hearing from Mr. Price that the DA is the instrument that we can use as a contract. So how strong is that contract? And again, I completely get the building permit is the bigger hammer, if you will. But is the DA useful to us?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would definitely tell you the DA is a useful tool. I certainly have, over the time period that I've been here, pointed to that development agreement to a developer's attorney, and says, this is clear to me. Do you really want me to sue you to comply with this, or will you just comply? And most times we can get to an agreement and comply. I mean, you know, as a lawyer, I have better things to do than go to court over things and spend the money and time. And I'm sure Mr. Price does as well. So I don't see that as not an effective tool. What I'm saying is it isn't the same kind of tool. So if the expectation is there's going to be, you know, is there going to be is it similar or the same or have the same level of teeth? Again, from a developer standpoint, not a public entity like ACHD, the fact that I can't build another building to be able to turn that over to create revenue is a big deal. This is a little bit different situation. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I think this could be a situation where I would look at a TCO issuance as a slippery slope. I wouldn't want us to issue a TCO in this case, because I think at that point, only life safety issues would possibly get in the way of our CO. So I think where I would be more comfortable if we were to go down this road would be the substitute condition with that DA provision that they wouldn't operate the facility without occupancy. And my question to staff would be if they had direction that no TCO be issued until the Ustick Road widening was completed without a waiver from city council, would that help? No. Mr. Parsons?
Mayor.
Just so you know,
members
Joe.
of the council, the reason why I say no is just the fact that, you know, the building official really has the hammer for issuing TCO. And in this particular case, if a building meets all of the minimum life safety issues, it's going to be difficult for him to say no to a TCO. He's going to want to give CO. And that's going to put planning in a predicament where we're trying to leverage our building department to manage one of our conditions in a DA. And that's why we brought that conversation to you 2 weeks ago as well. So that's why we're trying to get out of the business of the TCO process if possible, and make sure that we can leverage COs, or not even do COs, but hold people up with building permits. Or if you recall, even in development agreements, we want better phasing plans. And I think that's why ACHD came forward with their best phasing plan, to let you know how they plan on using the property over the next 8 to 10 years. So that way you can make that informed decision and then limit what they can do based on that phasing plan. So if something's wrong with their phasing, then maybe that's the discussion we can go to as well. But again, a lot of the buildings that I see on this site are going to get COs, but they're going to get COs for storage buildings. They're not going to get a typical CO for an office building or that effect. So I'm also looking at their phasing plan, and I don't know, I'm not trying to belabor the discussion, but I'm looking at phase 5, and that's when their administration building comes on. And to me, that's where people are going to start moving in and wanting to operate from this facility. So I'm not sure if ACHD is even amenable to maybe saying no building permits until with phase 5 until phase 4 is done, or whatever we can do to help allow them to use some general maintenance on the site and get moving forward on it. But those are some of the ideas that I was thinking about, but I'll turn it over to Steve and see if you have any other comments on that.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think at the end of the day, I'm hearing is that the City of Meridian Council and the mayor don't trust the Ada County Highway District in terms of their commitment. We will not operate that facility if you give us the permits. You can put that in a contract. I most certainly appreciate Mr. Nary's. I deal with development agreements all the time. We do development agreements with developers and the City of Meridian in terms of impact fee credits all the time. And it's a little disheartening to think that if we make that commitment that we're going to be into a dispute with the City of Meridian over a condition within a development agreement. And I would hope that you would have more trust in the integrity of our interagency cooperation than that. We're not some fly-by-night developer. We're a multi-million-dollar public entity that's trying to provide maintenance service within the City of Meridian. By the way, that's what that facility is for. And we're trying to develop that. And it's a little disheartening to say the least. And I'm being extremely blunt. I probably got the director rolling behind me, but that is the truth. And if you put it in the development agreement, you've already got the letter from the commission. We will build the offsite improvements as requested. We just need to be able to get those built and then have those facilities, the timing of that, so that when the day is ready and they're complete, we can move in and start operating. We will not operate our maintenance facility. We won't store anything. We just simply want to get it constructed and ready to go.
And Steve, I'm a lot more lenient than some of my friends up here. Trust is not the issue, in my opinion. It's not about whether or not we trust ACHD. So I hope you either rethink your words moving forward from that standpoint. It's about consistency in our process. As much as we would like to treat you differently than we treat other people, we still have a consistency that we have to uphold. And these are the same issues that we deal with any developer. And you may say you're not any developer, you're not like them, but we all talk about precedents. We all talk about consistency and fairness, and that's what we have to be looking at.
Well, and I agree, Mr. Mayor, and that most certainly, but you don't have the opportunity to ask a developer to make these kind of offsite improvements.
We often will not approve a project until certain improvements are
Not
made.
to this extent, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
These are significant.
No, I think that there's some people in the development.
This is a
community
big
that would
ask.
And then we've denied the projects when they weren't willing to go work to improve the projects. And you're right, you have the discretion not to sign a development agreement with any of these things. I didn't say that that's not under your purview. But we do have these conversations consistently with development to say that the road infrastructure is not adequate. Don't come back until you have a plan to fix the road infrastructure. And then we condition permits and everything else based upon those road improvements. That is what this council and the city has consistently done to get ACHD's roads built, ITD's roads built more than anybody else in this valley. That's what we do. This is how we get your roads built. And I'm sorry you don't feel that that's what this is, but you know.
Well, Mr.
it's-
Mayor, I don't disagree with that, but I'm not sure that all of these improvements are warranted for the level of impact that we're making on the network.
Mr. Mayor,
Fair enough.
again, I would suffice to
Councilwoman
say
Pearl.
that the questions that we asked of the prior presenter about the impact, there were not clear answers given to us. We didn't leave this meeting clearly understanding exactly what the impact was going to be on the roads and the timing of which that impact was going to happen. So in my opinion, the decisions that we were making in our last meeting, we didn't have sufficient information to make them, which is why we continued and decided to have another hearing, and very much appreciate you being here, because the presentation that was made when there's questions asked about the use of the Ustick Road, I mean, it's a gravel shoulder. And there's no improvements on either side. I live in that area. I've driven it 1,000 times. If there's 2 trucks coming a day and they're gravel trucks, highly different than then there's 15 a day. We don't know, that's what we need you to share with us. And your the presenter last time didn't have clarification on that. So her obligation is either to say, I don't know, I will get back to you if that is an important issue for you. Instead of us going ahead and conditioning it last time at the last meeting, let's have the conversation about that, and then we'll do the condition at the next meeting. But we didn't have enough information, in my opinion, at that time. So we're trying to find a solution at the last meeting to try to get this passed on your behalf. And if the solution isn't satisfactory, I'm sorry, but your applicant should have come forward with more information for us.
Sure. And Madam Mayor and Councilman Pearl, I most certainly respect that. And I think that's why you got the July 22nd letter was, we don't want to make that an issue. The commission's happy to go ahead and approve that project and get it done. We don't want to get into that debate with you. We most certainly respect that. But at the same time, we need to get our facility developed. We don't intend on operating it. So absolutely. And I respect that comment.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Steve, I appreciate blunt. I think that's helpful. I think the direction that we're getting from Mr. Neri and from our planning staff makes sense. I think it articulated well the reason why, and to the mayor's point, we're trying to be consistent and why the building permit has become a very focal point. Hammer doesn't necessarily need to be the word we use for it, but a focal point to ensure things that need to be prerequisites for any project are accomplished. This one's clear to your language that this is a big deal, this is a big ask, big improvement. And I think that's in part necessitated by the big impact, quite frankly, on the road and the neighborhood and the heavy use. I know it was described last time, 12 to 18 to 20 trucks a day. It's heavy use. And this is the next 100 years. So the big picture is this will be a very intense use on Ustick Road. And that was one of the reasons why we were extremely concerned with all annexations at time we have considerations of whether it's the right time for a particular project in this particular location in light of roadway improvements or other infrastructure needs. And I think that's the same consideration that I heard us discussing last time and this time. We always want to try and be good partners. But I think ACHD has held Meridian's feet to the fire with good intentions at times on projects and vice versa. I think that's kind of what we're doing. trying to be good stewards for the city when all 7 of us are gone. And everyone here is probably gone, and there's going to be other folks operating this. So for me, I thought with all of that direction that we got from our team, that the proposed condition from Joe tying it to the building permit made the most sense in light of the concerns, quite frankly. Greatly respect and appreciate Commissioner Goldthorpe's letter and the commission's July 22nd commitment. I know that's somewhat unusual probably to do that. Nothing really overtly binding about it, but it is definitely good faith and a great gesture, which made me feel like we're close. And I'm not as worried about any squabble about who emailed who first and the timing of all this. If it needs a little more time, so be it. But I can't come up with a condition on the dais that has certainty as powerful as a building permit. I probably wouldn't invite us to do it.
Well, and I don't think, and Councilman Borton, I don't know how.
Frankly,
You're a good
I don't
lawyer,
think I can.
but
So to that point, then it's just a pure policy consideration. Do we want to treat this relatively consistent to other projects like Mr. Neri had said? And it just seems to be most prudent to do so for the city. This is a really big deal. Certainly I understand for you as well, but this annexation is a big deal for this corridor, the type of use that's going to be placed upon it. So I'm not comfortable going forward. I'd love to have this proceed, but it's that condition, that building permit condition that staff has proposed is the only reason that could get me over the hump on it, quite frankly. So kind of a blunt response back, but I think you deserve.
no, I
to
appreciate
hear the logic, at least the understanding that leads me to that conclusion, at least as I see the application.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Borton, I appreciate that. I really do. And I've always had a great deal of respect for you. You know that. But the urgency and the need for this.
Wait a second, you can't say but after that.
Yeah, it's
Go
the
ahead.
old, it's the yeah, but
Stop
defense.
the sentence.
I apologize about that. I would like to say, though, that the council and Mr. Mayor, you can't forget that the reason for the urgency to get this facility built is to provide service to the city of Meridian and to be able to provide quick response in terms of maintenance. And this most certainly will delay that effort. And out of interagency cooperation and due respect for our agency commitment, I would ask that the council most certainly consider some language in a development agreement that can give you the assurance that you need that and give us what we need to be able to build a facility, that we're not going to go in and start operating this facility and creating all these impacts on Ustick Road when those improvements aren't made. We're most certainly happy to work with Mr. Neri to come up with some language that you're feel comfortable with. I think that this situation merits that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hogan.
Yeah, Mr. Parsons said something interesting that kind of made me think, the administrative built portion of the build out, the administration building, the operation center, if you will, for that facility, that requires a building permit. That's the main portion that you need to operate from that facility, I would think. I'm just thinking out loud, is that the focal point, to use Mr. Councilman Borton's very diplomatic words, is that the focal point to make sure things are done before occupancy, and not having that building permit is the way to go about that. And again, it's not about the trust issue. You're a public agency, you provide services to our residents, greatly appreciated and necessary. So I think it will be done, but to Mayor Simonsen's point, that the process, we do have to have integrity of our process to a degree. So having a building permit that's still outstanding, that gives us that focal point for enforcement. I don't know if that's an option or not.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that the main focal point of the discussions that occurred at commission and by this council was regarding the truck traffic and not necessarily regular car traffic. So if there needs to be some language changed regarding what the what the applicant is requesting. Again, I'm all ears. I'm just trying to reiterate and work on behalf of the city as is my job. I just want clear direction as to what that should and should not be moving forward. That's the only thing I ask, so that I can be a good instrument of enforcement for you guys.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I appreciate the creativity or the attempt to try to find an answer. We may not find it up here tonight. Yeah, I'm wondering if a combination of a DA provision in connection with an outstanding building permit that we don't issue, since we feel like that's our consistent practice now with development, is to have building permits conditioned as opposed to COs. If it had a combination of those things, if there was one building permit outstanding and then we were to have that DA provision, which they've stated on the record, they're not going to operate this facility. And I take them at their word and I appreciate their letter. I wonder if a combination of those things would be consistent with our practice and then be a contract that we could enforce if needed. So it's just consistent with how we treat other development.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Price. I mean, I don't doubt that Mr. Price and I can come up with some language that might be satisfactory. I guess my concern is and let's do what Councilmember Hogan was saying. From what I understood, what's been presented tonight is ACHD would like to essentially create a turnkey facility and have it completely built and then occupy it. So even holding a building permit for the administration building, because it sounded to me from what Mr. Parsons said, is a lot of the things you're constructing might need a building permit, but they're not buildings. They're sheds for storage, they're sheds for equipment, but they're not occupiable buildings. So it sounds like there's one or two buildings on this site that will have people in it. But from what I've heard, and again, Mr. Price can correct me, but I don't think they want to be operating it with equipment and people running in and out of the facility, operating, maintenance, doing all what they normally were doing once they are occupying the site, and then building another building after that. That's where I'm thinking may be problematic, because you're right, that would be a way to do it that could be consistent. Again, it isn't as common, to be fair to this application, is for a lot of commercial developments, they need the buildings to be built to get them occupied to then get the next phase built. So a lot of that's based on how financing is done for those types of things. This one isn't that. So it's a completely different model. But I don't know that would work, Councilmember Hoagland, only because I don't think they want to bring a construction crew on the site to build a building while they're trying to operate the facility at the same time. And maybe I mistook what you said, Mr. Price, but that's why I understood it. So that may not be a solution.
Mr. Mayor and Mr. Neri, you're correct. All we want to do is get it built in the same phasing as the road improvements. We won't operate the facility in any way until those improvements have been completed. And that's all we're saying. And it is more of a turnkey. It isn't like a developer where you do one phase and you want to get because of financing. We just want to get it built in the same time frame that the road improvements are done, and so that they coincide. So when the road improvements are done, then we can start operating it. We don't want to operate it any sooner. We respect Mr. Mayor and the council. We respect your guidance on that and the need for those improvements. The commission's committed that in the July 22nd letter, but we want to have the opportunity to get those built. That's all we're asking.
Mr. Mayor.
And I don't know how you do it. We can do it in the DA. Maybe the certificate of occupancy isn't as strong as you would like. Maybe we can do it. Mr. Neri and I can do it through a phasing and with the building permit in terms of language. Happy to explore that.
Councilman Pro.
So just a clarification question on the timing. The letter had committed that the construction would occur in 2024, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Certificate of occupancy is likely not going to be issued until phase 8, which is 2028. So are you asking to have until the certificate of occupancy is approved for the last building
in phase, that will be constructed in phase 8, and then that length of time to construct the U-stick, or are you committing to having that completed by 2024? I guess maybe I'm crossing my wires, but I want to understand the timing of that.
No, and I, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Pearl, most certainly that's a fair question, but that's what we've outlined is simply just conceptual. Again, we most certainly just want to build the whole facility and have that completed at the same time with the project. That's our commitment. All of the phases.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
that didn't quite answer my question.
Well, in terms of timing, I think that that's a concept in terms of timing. That simply got put into the plan. That was before we got to the point where the council wanted us to make a commitment to make road improvements prior to that. I think we would accelerate our construction of that facility to get all those facilities built to coincide with the improvements that you've requested.
So by the end of 2024,
Yes,
you would want to have this complete all of the phases by the end of 2020.
yes,
So that's what I wanted to clarify.
yes.
Because the statement that in the letter that you sent that says no certificate of occupancy shall be issued, but your phasing plan would show that would be the
Yeah,
last one.
no,
in 2028.
that was a good catch. I appreciate
And
that.
but then you're claiming or stating that you would complete the road by 2024. So that's part of why I'm kind of sitting here
Yeah.
going, I'm really trying to understand if they're asking to wait until 2028, but what you're essentially saying is you'd like to have the project complete by 2024, including the road improvements. Can we clarify that?
Yes, so this is Jennifer Behringer, Deputy Director of Maintenance. The phasing plan that we stretched out here was taking the whole project and spreading it over 8 years to find some financial benchmarks along the way, knowing that we won't have probably a big pot of money to do it all at once. So it was kind of looking through what can we do? How do we plan it out through the 8 years? What kind of money do we think we have? When will we bring the people and equipment on? And it was kind of a slow phase in. The end goal would be to have full operations by 2028, but in our plan that we have, 2028 is building some parking lots. 2027 or phase 7 was building, putting in a scale, some minor things. The bulk of when we're trying to get the buildings and people in there would be in 2024, 25, and 26, phase 4, 5, and 6. So our phase is really aligned more with the fiscal years. And then it was just kind of put in here before we had the discussion about widening the roads. But we certainly wouldn't want to operate the facility until we have the Naomi Road built. The deceleration lane was absolutely something we want to do before we operate out of there, and signalizing the intersection, which would happen with the widening of the road. So that's really where it makes sense for us to operate. We wouldn't want to operate before those critical pieces of the infrastructure are in.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Pro.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, your buildings would be constructed by the end of 2024, that your last certificate of occupancy would potentially come at that time. You potentially would not be fully operating though until 2028 because you still anticipate having some improvements come into play that are not structures.
People and equipment.
Certain operational aspects,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
But the buildings would be built by.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
if this was just another burger joint coming in and we had the same issue, we'd say, come back, talk to us when you're ready to, make sure they're done. This is not another burger joint. I mean, this is a public agency serving our residents in a way that we want to have that service. And I think there's a way to do it. Now, exactly what that way is, I don't know. And I think Councilman Borton mentioned that's not something that's easy for us to do up here, and we shouldn't. And per his suggestion, I think we should have staff, our council and P&Z staff, development staff work with ACHD and see if we can come together to the exact language we can all agree on and come back before council and make it happen. So.
We welcome that. And I most certainly have worked well with Mr. Neri in the past, and he's most certainly very able counsel for the city of Meridian. And And your staff are very good, and we most certainly would like the opportunity to be able to do that.
Mr. Mayor,
Council Board.
to that point, if that's where this might go, or that future dialogue, if there's some language that is of similar impact as a building permit, that would be it. It's not a building permit as the requisite tool to ensure the improvements are done. It would be something equivalent to it. So that's certainly not a CO. And if it's not a building permit, boy, is it close to that. Now, good luck trying to craft how that might ever occur. But just so there's some clarity in the direction, that would be where it would tilt towards.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Borton, there's no question at the end of the day, this will be contractual. Whatever is in the DA. So we can make that as tight as you want, but it would be contractual. And I'm not going to lie to you, Mr. Mayor, and the council that you have the same leverage under a development agreement that you do with a building permit. But we're asking that you extend that courtesy under a development agreement, and we're willing to commit to that. And I think we can find resolution.
Council, before we make any motions, this is a public hearing. There's one person online. I want to make sure that we are not excluding someone who's been sitting here listening to this conversation. I would like to, if it's okay, if we've reached a point where we think see if there's anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item, either in person, Ralph, or if you're online, use the raise your hand function on Zoom, and we can bring you in for any comments. Seeing nobody who is wishing to provide testimony, Council, I'll turn it back over to you for your pleasure.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
don't walk away yet. Steve. I apologize if I am trying to oversimplify this, but I really want to get into my understanding the timing of all of this. So it's not feasible for the section of USIC to be completed until the end of 2024. It's not possible to have that done. It's not.
Correct.
So essentially, your concern is that if we make it, if we require that no building permit be submitted, what you're essentially telling us is that now none of the buildings will start construction until 2024, and therefore your buildings are going to be constructed from 24 to 26, let's say. So is that, am I understanding that's essentially what the problem is?
Mr. Mayor.
Instead of the buildings being built at the same time as the road construction is happening, your concern is that we are asking you to wait for the construction of those until after 2024, which puts your construction of the buildings into 24, 25, 26, therefore extending your full operation of the facility for 2 more years, 3 more years. Is that the, am I essentially? getting the
Mr.
understanding
Mayor
here?
and Councilman Perot, that most certainly, look, the urgency and why the whole team is here tonight is we want to get this facility up and operating as fast as we can to be able to provide service to this part of Ada County. It's an important, we've looked at the numbers and the demand for our maintenance fleet. And so it's the urgency to get this built as soon as we can. In terms of what our plan is and what the council's requested in terms of improvements, we thought they would coincide, and we would make most certainly the best effort so that our facility is completely built with the road improvements, the timing of that, and so that we would provide that facility to provide the service sooner than what is being sought.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Pearl.
I just want to clarify that we are understanding correctly that if the council so chooses to continue to encourage the building permit be the requiring factor, then this will delay your construction by, can you give me an estimated amount of time? I don't know how long it's going to take to construct all of your buildings. I assume 2 years.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pro, I don't know, but I would estimate 2 to 4 years.
Okay. So then you would then be moving into 2028,
28,
past that.
yes.
You'd be 2030 because 28 is when you are currently saying your phasing plan is based on that road being completed at certificate of occupancy, right? So if it's being completed upon the first building permit being issued, now your phasing plan is 2 to 4 years beyond what you have had.
Well, if we get it built sooner, we would be requesting certificate of occupancy sooner, absolutely.
Okay. So I just wanted to understand that your phasing plan is based on your expectation that the road be constructed by the first certificate of occupancy, not the building permit.
Mr. Mayor.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Just let him answer that question, then we'll go to you, Councilman Burnt. If you
No, I think that the phasing plan was, when you come into the city and you make an application for an improvement, you do that. And then it changes when you get feedback from the council and you've asked for road improvements. And the original timing was thinking of the road improvements, if you recall, within our integrated 5-year work program as to when they would occur. So now that timing has changed, we most certainly would like to try and accelerate it. We may not be able to meet those timelines. I just asked the director, it'll be tough. But most certainly the idea at the end of the day, we're here before you to try and get this facility up and operating sooner because the demand is there.
Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think that it's pretty clear what needs to happen next. I think that it's pretty important that our staff and ACHD staff get together and legal counsel and hash out an agreement. And so if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I think we probably should just continue this public hearing and see where the ball lands.
Don't mind at all. Happy to take a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just talk through logistics with our city clerk, whatnot, August 31st is a fifth Tuesday, so we don't have a meeting then. I think it's going to take a few weeks, and depending on vacation schedules and everything else, I don't want people to cancel vacation schedules or what have you, to get together, work on language, pass things back and forth. I know speed and timing is of the essence, but it looks like September 7th would be a date we could continue this hearing too. So that's a 5-week delay. Okay, thank you, Director. So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we continue the public hearing on H 2021-0029 until September 7th. And in the interim, legal counsel and staff for the city of Meridian work with ACHD on proposals to bring back to city council.
Mr. Mayor, second that.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
There were 2 other conditions that ACHD had addressed in their letter from July 12th that we still have not discussed. I tried to start that discussion at the beginning of the hearing and it didn't get discussed. So do we want to do that now or do we want to wait until the next one?
Council. Do I have will the maker of the motion
it's-
second
it's-
withdraw their motion for a second?
Well, I guess it's a discussion piece. Do we want to modify the motion or do we want to, withdraw it and have that discussion, I guess? Is that what you're asking, Mr. Mayor?
I'm kind of looking at the guy at the podium in hopes that he'll answer the question to provide clarity to the issue. So that's what I'm hoping, but I don't want to recognize him under the guise of a motion on the table.
Mr. Mayor, let me withdraw my motion. We can have further discussion if the second agrees.
Second agrees. Mr. Price, can you answer that question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. If you identify those issues in the July 12th letter, most certainly I'm happy to work with Mr. Neri and address those issues as part of the overall agreement with the city. I keep going over the letter and I'm not quite sure which conditions they are, but if you identify those, we most certainly will make a good faith effort to come back on September 7th and have those addressed.
Mr. Mayor. That would be A1C, A1D, and A1F. I believe A1F is something that, yes, staff is going to have to figure out. The council won't have an opinion on. But I don't know that our staff has, at least I haven't heard comments by our staff or ACHD other than what is just in the text of here of explanation of the request that ACHD is making for those modifications to the conditions of approval.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pro, we've agreed to all the conditions except J. So whatever was in the staff report dated before that, July
13th, there was a modified, there was an
July
updated
13th.
staff report that came out. So you are in agreement with that and you're withdrawing your requested changes to conditions from the July 12th letter?
Well, I would like the opportunity to discuss that. I haven't, unfortunately, I don't have but we'll most certainly get those worked out. It was my understanding we were in agreement with all the conditions except J.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe.
I would have to agree with Councilwoman Perot that the ACHD did send a letter and requested additional changes beyond just J, which did come up at the hearing. So this was between the commission and council hearing. So I would agree with Councilwoman Perot that hearing them say that they're in agreement with all of them except J is news to me based upon that letter that was received before the July 13th hearing. If that's the case now, that makes our jobs easier, but I agree that it would be nice to have that clarification.
Well, perhaps this is something that Joe can continue to work with ACHD on. And this is really one of the issues is this is landscaping and which design standards to apply to the building. Quite frankly, that's at least one of them. And I thought I heard Joe asking you when you presented this, basically saying, are we okay with which version? And I don't know if that's an ACHD issue or a council issue ultimately is to apply which standards. Extra landscaping with less structural. Am I interpreting that right, Joe?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The way that I have it in there is the way that we've traditionally done it. But again, applicants always ask for more. So that's what they did. And that at that point, if there's us not lining up exactly, then council makes the final determination on those. It is within the purview of either of those.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, in the July 22nd letter, in the President Goldthorpe's letter, it says in response to the city council's request for the board of commissioners to commit to the proposed city agency comments and conditions of approval, A and J, I'm writing to confirm the board's agreement to the council's proposed conditions with the exception of A1J.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
And
So
that's
for clarification, the letter that was sent on July 22nd supersedes the letter that was sent on July 12th.
yes.
Okay, so that, in my opinion, that wasn't clear in July 22nd, that ACHD was removing all, that they were in agreement with all conditions of approval outside of J. I didn't get the impression that was actually what transpired. So I just wanted to clarify if it was, then fantastic. Like, as Joe said.
That was my understanding.
I
I think
didn't-
the only issue we're here tonight is on A1J. But to the extent that that there are any other issues that are within the proposed conditions, I'd like the opportunity to negotiate those with Mr. Neri. But I don't. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Hoagland, back to your motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we continue the public hearing for H 2021-0029 until September 7th and allow staff and applicant to work out suitable negotiations for presentation to the council then.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the item is continued. Thank you. We'll see you back here in September.
You have a good night, council.
You too. Thank you, Joe. Council, would you like a break or do you want to just move right into the other thing? All right, we will move forward. So with that, we will continue the public hearing, continue from July 6, 2021 for the 2021 UDC text amendment ZOA 2021-002. I will turn this over to Mr. Parsons.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's move on tonight to our next item, which is the UDC text amendment that we've been talking for the last several weeks. As you recall, last couple of meetings, we spent quite a bit of time going through all of the exhibits and proposed changes. So tonight, I really want to just stick to the open space and amenity standards for you this evening, if that's okay with you. If you recall, during the last hearing, you asked staff to go back to the drawing board, do some exercises, vet these changes and see how they meshed with some previously approved projects. So I was able to provide you with a memo and some of those tables that showed some of the proposed changes. Now, some of the data was a little misleading, and what I mean by that, it wasn't clarified as to whether or not it was common open space or qualified open space. But I had a chance to go ahead and look at what was submitted to you, and I can see that the applicants did break it out into qualified open space. So I don't plan on going through every one of the tables that I sent you to go over all of the findings for all of the projects that we tested. What I shared with you in the memo is that we did look at 9 single-family projects, and we also looked at 5 multifamily projects. I think from my staff's perspective is I at least want to acknowledge it was a team effort. It wasn't just staff doing this work. So we reached out. Actually, Mr. Wardle from the Brighton Corp actually put together the template that we all used, and every one of us, some of the audience members as well, participating and providing that data based on projects that they had been involved with. And I wanted to make sure that the tool worked as well. So I threw in a couple more multifamily projects to truth some of the changes to make sure that I understand them, as well as we look to enact some new changes. I want to make sure whatever we do is the right fit for Meridian as well, and the right fit for the team. So if you had a chance to look at the examples that were provided, you would see that the tables provided the number of units of the project, the acreage, the common open space, what the required open space was, and what the qualified open space was, and how it stacked up to what the proposed changes were. I can probably tell you in my hearing outline tonight, I can tell you most of the projects didn't meet the current standards, nor did I expect them to. Just for the fact that, as you recall, some of the changes that we have proposed is we don't want irregular shaped open space. We want homes fronting on 50% of the homes fronting on open space. And a lot of the projects that we did test did not include that criteria. But what we did try to do is look at qualified open space and see how that, if those projects could get up to the 15% versus the 10%. And you can see by evidence of what was presented to you that a lot of the projects were barely met the 10% that we currently have in code. So I think the overall goal is, if it's your goal to enhance the open space and increase the open space, I think we've done that well. You can see that not all projects will stack up with the new standards, and there will be a change moving forward to the open space requirements in the code. The other thing that I thought very interesting through this exercise was how these projects stacked up with the point system for the amenities. And if you notice, a majority of the projects met the amenity standards or far exceeded them. So either the points are right or our standards are too relaxed, and people are going to be able to meet the amenity standards a lot easier than potentially the open space. So that's one of the outliers or anomalies that I saw here. The interesting part to me was also the multifamily. Looking at our standards there, you can see all of the 5 multifamily projects came in above the minimum 15%, which was encouraging. But the one thing that I noted today when I was looking at the data is the discrepancy between the acreage and the number of units. So if you had noticed, if there was a project that had a large number of dwelling units and a smaller acreage, you see they're providing more open space, or at least it gives the impression they have to provide more open space because they can't spread that over a larger area. So when I looked at one project, for example, there was 280 acres, but they had 15 acres, or 280 units, and they had 15 acres. So I think they came in at under 10% open space if you just applied the per unit amount of open space. But when you looked at something like what's being constructed in 10 Mile, and there was 8 acres and they were doing the same amount of units, they were providing in excess of 16% open space, even though it was the same math and same calculation. So that's an interesting correlation that I saw as I did this exercise. But I think what kind of captures it is if anything is over, that's why it's critical, in my opinion, with the multifamily standards that we have not only the amount of common open space per unit, but also that we have a baseline. And that's why we are proposing that 10%. So you can see how that comes into play and you actually increase the open space in the multifamily project. So I think from staff standpoint, I think, again, if the goal is to increase the open space and enhance that per some of the feedback we heard from the comp plan, I think the new standards are doing that. As far as multifamily, I think we're there. I am a little concerned that 15% may not be the right number. It may need to be higher based on some of what I'm seeing here, because again, if the baseline is 15% and they can easily get to that just by, if a project has a large amount of acreage to spread the units across, then you may not end up with more than 15% unless you go through that CUP process and use that discretionary body that you or the commission wanting to see more of a developer. That's something that we'll have to come up and talk about with applicants as we pre-app with them. So in short, the other thing that I promised this body was, I remember a lot of the discussion around the open space standards. And so I actually went through the proposed standards and I highlighted the sections that we spent quite a bit of time talking about last hearing. And I've highlighted those in yellow for you. So again, I remember us discussing if the percentage was the right amount based on the zoning. Again, that was another correlation of why some of the single family projects did not meet these standards, is because, for example, one of the projects was the Silver Springs subdivision, and that's an R4 development. Yet on this, they had 10% open space. This proposed change requires 12%. So there's no way they were even going to get close to that. And then they had one amenity and it equaled 1 point. And the particular example said they needed 4 points for their amenities. So in that particular example, the applicant did not even meet the amenity standards or the open space standards for that particular project. There's a lot of discussion around jagged, irregular shaped lots that we talked about. The other one was centrally located. As you recall, there's been projects that have come before you where staff was pushing for a more centrally located open space. And others had opinions that it may be better to have intermittent open space throughout a development. So that's something that you may want to, that we discuss as well. This is one that came in from some of the public comments as far as the 50% of the homes fronting on open space. We spent the last couple of hearings, I know we spent quite a bit of time on that. You can see here, we also provided examples to demonstrate how that, at least the intent behind that specific language. I remember us discussing storm detention facilities and modifying some of those standards. How we classify open water ponds and how much it can comprise of an open space. So I've highlighted that for you as well. One of the applicant or at least one of the applicants that testified had a concern with the terminology of maximum point value. And if that also correlates to this part of it where staff would be able to either lessen the amount the amenity is based on. I think their word was demerit system, if I recall. So that's really the assign. So this number 2B2 here, it says the assigned point value may be just decreased. I thought I highlighted that, but I don't know why it's not on this one. So we can discuss that more. And I'm sure some of those in the audience will want to do the same thing. And then I think that was probably all the highlights that I recall as part of this discussion, at least for this specific exhibit. And then as I wrap up my presentation tonight, I just wanted to remind the council, you know, this has been going on for several months, or at least over the several hearings. And I recall Exhibit 1 really had no changes that had to do with the RV parking that code enforcement brought forward to you. I don't recall anything wanting to be modified as part of that discussion. Exhibit 2, there was some language we wanted to change specifically to UDC standard 11.5A6G, where staff was asking the applicant to upload revised concept plans. We had language in there that we were going to we shall continue the project, and you wanted to change that wording from shall to may. So if that's something you want to take under consideration tonight, that would be part of Exhibit 2. Exhibit 3 was the changes to the landscape ordinance, and we had talked quite a bit of time about tree mitigation fund. It was very clear that we're not ready to move forward on something like that in our code or even add that to our fee schedule. So you had, I think it was your purview, or at least asked to remove that as part of that, those changes. Exhibit 4 will be all of the changes I just went through, the highlighted areas, to see if you have any appetite to change those. And then Exhibit 5, which are the open space and site amenity standards for the multifamily standards. I did not note any changes to that specific exhibit. I would also mention to council that this afternoon you did receive another letter from the BCA speaking to these changes, specifically to Exhibit 4, that they want you to take under consideration this evening. Caleb and I did talk about them a little bit. Again, we feel what we have in code is what came forward from staff in the Planning and Zoning Commission. So really, we're going to rely on you tonight to listen to what the applicant has to say, or at least why they feel these changes are necessary, and then direct staff or provide staff with any feedback, or if you endorse those changes or not. With that, I'll go ahead and conclude my presentations and stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Bill. Council, questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Bill, thank you for that very thorough presentation. The projects that were chosen to do the analysis, can you give us some understanding of specifically how those came to be? I guess I had an assumed unspoken expectation that the projects that would be chosen for that would be a wider variety, meaning each one would have had a different developer, because we already have some members of our development community that come in with applications that are already doing their very best to meet what we're expecting in our current code. And it sounds like it's similar enough to what the future code would be. But we also have a lot of, we've discussed in the past that a lot of the reason that codes exist are for those applications that don't do that. And so I guess I would have liked to have seen some analysis of some projects by some developers that don't already come in and consistently try to do a high level of amenities, to really get a better understanding of it. I don't know how else to kind of describe what it is I'm asking, but.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Perot. Yes, I saw your email today, and I appreciate you providing that feedback to us. So if you recall, last hearing, you gave staff directive to pull together this information. There were members here that were gracious enough to assist in that. So yes, I did cast a wide net to get that feedback. And the feedback I received were from John Wardle, from Conger Management, and from Dave Jorgensen. Becky McKay said she would commit to providing us some information, but she did not. So unfortunately, I did not include that, and I did not do any of my single family analysis for you. I basically stayed with the multifamily side of things because I felt we had captured a large enough sample for you with the 9 projects, and I didn't want to add to any more of it. But I felt we were a little light on the multifamily, so I wanted to truth that a little bit more for the council. So that's why you didn't get the broad net that you wanted. But I can tell you majority of the applicants that we meet with, and I think this body is very familiar with it, but you've always asked us to raise the bar or require more than the minimum. And that's what we've always tried to do as we start with applicants at the pre-application meeting, and we move them on through the hearing process. So again, if your goal was to see every project fail, it did. I mean, I think we have enough samples here to say that even though these are great projects under what we're trying to do this evening, some of these projects don't meet the minimums. They won't meet the new standards. And I think that was, and going back and thinking about that after the hearing, I should have probably brought that up at the last hearing, is like, if it was your goal to see if this was going to work, yeah, it works. If you, obviously those projects were approved under our current code. So again, if it was the council's expectation that you were going to see multiple projects exceed 15%, we were never going to get there. We would have probably got somewhere in the neighborhood of 11, 12%, because again, it's all going to be, for example, with the Conger Group, they come with R15. None of their projects are going to have 15% open space under the proposed changes. because that's not what was required of them. That's the change. Those are the standards we're changing now. We want R15 to provide 15% of, and again, the word is qualified open space. It's not just the entire project have 15% overall open space. It's qualified. It has to meet these standards. And so again, going into that exercise, I knew a lot of the developments wouldn't meet the standards just because of, again, the 50% element and some of those irregular shaped parcels. What we've done in the past when we've had irregular shaped parcels or properties that did not meet the dimensional standards of the current code, we would ask the applicant to put an amenity on it, and then we would qualify it as open space because now it's becoming usable because it would have somebody going in there and recreate. And it was a good, I was happy I got to meet with Councilman Hoagland this afternoon. We had a pretty good discussion about all of these different changes. And so I did want to at least share some of that information with you that open space under the current code can count, even if it doesn't meet the dimensional standards, if the applicant puts an amenity on it and makes it usable or enhances it. So again, I think the overall impression of the exercise that shows you it can work. It's just, it may need a few tweaks tonight to get you to where you guys feel comfortable that it's the right direction for the city.
Council, any additional questions for Bill? Okay. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody that'd like to come forward at this time and provide testimony on these items?
Mr. Mayor, we did have one sign in if you wanted to get her first, Julie.
Okay. Can you say your name and address for the record?
Rain Boy 3556 Rustler in Meridian. Good to be here tonight in a while. As you know, I had the honor of serving on the Meridian Open Space and Amenities Work Group where I attended every meeting. Tonight, I'm here to advocate for a comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan directs the city to align city code with the policies of the comprehensive plan, to reflect the community's desires for various types, sizes, and designs of residential neighborhoods. Evaluate open space and amenity requirements and criteria for consistency with community needs and values. Promote the comprehensive plan as the primary growth guide for growth and development of the community. Preserve, protect, enhance, and wisely use natural resources. Preserve, protect, and provide open space for recreation, conservation, and aesthetics. Clearly, the residents of Meridian value open space. It is apparent in our comprehensive plan, and it is reflected in the multiple surveys sent out by the city. This is the moment of opportunity to codify the vision of our residents. Land tells the story of America. Historically, it shaped us as a people. Today, it is the key to a healthy and secure future for all Americans. Locally, our preserved historic landscapes not only define us as a community, but provide clean air and water, reduce flooding, enhance property values, and offer places to reflect and recreate. Open space improves our quality of life. Forests, prairies, wetlands, and other natural habitats absorb approximately 15% of the U.S.'s carbon dioxide emissions. That's a huge benefit, but one that we stand to lose if we continue converting open land for development. The loss of our land is accelerating. Every day in the U.S., we lose more than 4,000 acres of land to development. Typical building patterns in America drive us further and further from the center of our communities as we subdivide our increasingly threatened fields, farms, and open space. People of all ages benefit from nature. Children today spend 90% of their time indoors. Studies show when people are connected with nature, we live happier and healthier lives. Access to nature is linked to the buffering of stress, improved cognition, and to social cohesion. Open space is good for the soul. I'm often reminded that we are building a city, but let's not use that as justification to approve a weak increase in required open space. That is not what the taxpayers have asked for. We are building a city for people, and we should accord them an abundance of resources to live happy, healthy lives. I live behind the last dairy in Meridian, which is currently being dismantled and hauled away piece by piece to Oregon. As we raise our dairies, farms, and natural areas, we lose a little bit more of our identity as a community and some of the things which made Meridian such a phenomenal place to be. It is in your hands to defend and protect our community's quality of life now and for future generations.
Thank you, Julie. Council, any questions?
Not a question, but a comment. Thank you, Julie. I know that you don't like to come up and speak in public here, but I really appreciate your comments and I want you to know that I listened to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony at this time on this issue? If there's anybody online that'd like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of the Zoom platform.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dave Jorgensen. I'm here on behalf of the Building Contractor Association, Southwestern Idaho. In case you did not see it, I asked Laren to help pass around a paper copy. It's the same as what's being posted online here. This bill's just pulling up. I think, there you go. Thanks, Bill. In case there's anybody who want to reference as well. First, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide comment, be part of the process. I come here with a background in land development. I've developed for over 20 years in the Treasure Valley, second generation developer, and frankly, only done a few developments in Meridian, maybe 4 or 5 that I can think of. I've done more in Eagle and a few other surrounding cities in the community. And I appreciate the comments that have been shared just prior about open space. I'm a big believer in good quality open space. That's the kind of developments we've done. I appreciate Councilmember Perot's comments about minimum standards because not everyone sees things differently or sees things the same. And so I appreciate the need for minimum standards for the city going forward. So with that regard, we appreciate the opportunity of providing some examples. And Councilmember Perot, you asked about different examples. I specifically chose Silver Springs because it's the most recent one I've done. And it's one that would not be a higher end type development. It had frontage, had a little open space with a common area. It was a typical, little mini tot lot example, but not a larger planned community. It'd be a different scenario. So hopefully that would provide a little bit of balance for your insight. I did not do Settlers Bridge or Baldwin Park, knowing those would be different standards. Learned a lot through this process, actually, in the last 3 weeks or however long this has been. And one of the things I learned is that there's been a lot of comments from members of our association about how do we interpret qualified open space. What qualifies as qualified open space? And unfortunately, it's really hard to articulate. It's hard to put it in words. And so I don't fault your staff for trying hard because even amongst ourselves, we have differences of opinion. What qualifies as qualified open space? And so in this letter that's in front of you, one idea, which is not going to be the answer tonight, I'm sure, is, well, maybe we kind of throw some of that out and just raise the numbers because that achieves a few things. It gets you closer to what maybe Eagle, if that's where you're trying to go, would do. But I don't think that's where you're wanting to go because I think there's a lot of desire to try to help articulate what qualified open space is. I'm a believer that more open space is not necessarily better open space, but better open space is better open space. When you're in a city like Meridian today, where you're looking at more and more infill, you don't have large 80-acre tracts always to try to develop. Those infill parcels, you want to have some quality open space. And just having more percentage doesn't always get you there. But this amenity point system I love because I think that'll help you achieve some of your goals. So with that in mind, I think one of the challenges is you have to look at each zone separately. Is the R2 percentage the right number? Is R4 the right number that you have is being presented to you? Same with the R8 and the R15. Each of those are different. In this letter, I've identified some examples. Happy to go through and walk through with you. I'll wrap up my comments here and address any comments you have with letters that were presented. But we gave 2 examples in this letter, one of which is if you kind of throw away the qualified definer, I don't know that's really where you want to go, but the second half of the letter does articulate, which was asked of us in the last meeting, what numbers would work for you, not maybe raise the dues too much for our homeowner associations, which is a deep concern of ours. As after it's built out, we want to be sustainable and have dues not go up too much. So that second chart is referencing if you include some changes in the code, which we referenced before. It's also in that second attachment we gave to you. These would be our recommended proposed changes to those different zones. With the idea in mind that R2, if you want to see some R2, you might, I hate to say it in this meeting, but if you want to see it, you might want to lower that number because those yards are actually bigger. And so with that in mind, I'll stand for any questions you have. Again, I'd be happy to walk through the second letter, which was those line items, red line suggested changes if you go with the second table of numbers.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
One of the questions I had, and I'm just, because honestly, I could go to remove everything. I think I said that last time. and could even go to the 8, 10, 12. But where I get stuck on personally is R8 versus R15 and why they're the same.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate, and members of the council, we actually debated that. There may be some others here who can help answer that question for you, which I'm sure they'd like to speak to that. My personal experience is I mostly live in the world of R4 and R8. And I don't think R4 and R8 should be the same. And I'll let them speak to that, but they say that actually the density is not that much more if you do detached product in the R15. When you go to the attached product, then that's a whole nother story. And again, that number maybe should be higher. But again, that's getting complicated, probably not in a forum here to try to wrestle through that level of detail. If you want to kind of have a little chatter back and forth, maybe that R15 should be a little bit different. Happy to have that discussion. We had a lot of discussion internally about that, but we realized the density is not that much different for our R15, R8 builders, one of which is here today, who can speak to that for you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Thanks for your input and the letter. I've had a chance to go through that. I think at the last meeting, you had mentioned something about maybe if we just remove qualified open space, but go to a higher number like 18% throughout. Just throwing that out there, and I trying to look at, as I was going through some of these examples, trying to think what would that look like, and it's a little complicated and whatnot. I also thought about, well, what if we just go to a square footage per unit type of a deal where you just put a number to a unit, and so depending on the size, that's going to be, if it's 500 square feet per unit, it's going to come out to X. So, and that for that development would be it. I like your comment about better is better. That's what we want to get to. So if we're taking a bite at this apple, let's make it the best bite possible. So there's lots of things out there that could be thought of and discussed, and kind of like a discussion process a little more to do that. I do like that fact that R2, and then we had that discussion before on your one, if you keep the qualified, that it's dropped to 8%. R2 is a different animal with the bigger yards and the types of things that I now live in happen to be R2. Yeah, we've got lots of room, and we also have a lot of open space. It's well done that way. So I don't have any heartburn with that, and I like the fact that it provides an incentive. We'd like to see more R2. It's not going to happen anytime soon. There's a lot of zeros attached to that price tag when those things are developed. So we'll see. But if it's an incentive to get some developers to do that, I like that fact. There was something in here I saw, but it was a ways down. I had a question about. One of the things you had stricken under 2A and minimum open space quality requirements, and it said open grassy areas that are crooked or jagged in shape, disconnected, or isolated do not meet this standard. As I thought about that, again, the context I have is my own subdivision, and I've seen kids playing where the collector road is here and there's a pathway here, and they put a bench, so I think it qualified, but it had an angle, so it was a triangle piece. And like I said, we're in R2, and I saw a dad and two kids, they were playing catch out there. I thought, well, that's interesting, because just 2 blocks away is the big open space, but they decided to go there. I think disconnected or isolated is something that, yeah, we probably want to keep, because you can just plop these things anywhere and call it good. It's just a add-on that you don't need, and that makes it more difficult. Crooked or jagged in shape doesn't necessarily mean that it's not usable, and if we keep qualified. So what are your thoughts on disconnected and isolated, still not meeting the standard?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Hoagland, thank you. And I would agree with that. Specifically, the crooked or jagged comment is the bigger of the two. It really jumps out. So, well, some parcels are actually not the same shape. And if it is a square shaped development, do you all want just square roads? Sometimes you get a little curvy road that creates the irregular shaped common area by default. The disconnected, I appreciate your concern or comment there. We've heard in the past with applications here or side conversations with the emergency services, the police and others, you don't want to have a common area to nowhere, and then the people can't see it, and you have activities going on that you don't want to have happen back there. So I can understand your concerns with maybe half of that. But of the two pieces, I would definitely strongly say the crooked or jagged pieces is the problematic language in that section there.
And Mr. Mayor, follow up?
Councilman Hoagland.
What if, and I keep going back to your idea of just one percentage and go through it all and, easier for you, easier for staff. But because it sounds like that's where the heartburn comes in sometimes. What's qualified, what's not qualified. So let's set a number, make it work for everybody. But again, it's hard to get to that number. What if it's a percentage that, but it takes away all the parkway landscaping as being qualified, and then we just go to a number and say, okay, it's the areas that have amenities and play areas and those types of things. Is that doable? I mean, it's hard to do this on the fly, and then we don't want to do that, but I'm just kind of thinking out loud with some ideas. And it's not to say all my ideas are good when I think out loud. Trust me, my wife tells me that quite often. So just your thoughts on something like that.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Hoagland, I guess I'm going to give the answer of this one. I know open space fairly well, but I also respect the process you've gone through to this point. A lot of people who've sat on this committee, including the person before me, and I wouldn't want to speak and suggest my voice is louder than hers. So I don't think I'm going to give you an answer for that tonight.
Okay.
But I would more than be happy to do that. I appreciate and respect your question, but I respect the process you've gone through.
Okay, thank you.
I know what Eagle's done. I know what Boise is. I know what Star is doing or looking at doing. I know what CUNA just did, and they're all different. And so again, I respect the process, and I was not on the committee. I respect those who were. And so that's my answer for that.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Dave. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
In general, I'm also very intrigued by the idea of removing qualified open space. However, there have been some applications that have come before us, small, 5 acres, 10 acres, and they run along our arterial. Our buffers are huge, and they take up a good portion of the property. And so those are the kind of applications that make me just a little bit nervous. Completely take away qualified open space.
Yeah.
Because they might be a long rectangle where a good portion of the concept. So we've seen a couple of those in the recent past. What are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Perot, a couple of answers. I would agree. It's probably one of the reasons why they're one of the latter parcels to be developed, because they're more expensive and less utilization. I would also say that if you want that open space that's along the arterial and it's highly visible to look nice, you should give credit for it. And maybe it's an encouragement or incentive or whatever. Otherwise, the minimum might be all that you get. And that may not be the look that you want. Having said that, it's hard to give each of you, minus one who's not here, each of you are going to come at it from a different perspective. And so I absolutely respect what you've said there, because I think you're spot on. And if I were in your position, you wouldn't want that to just look like the bare minimum, like it was ignored or forgotten 1 year or 25 years from now. When you drive by it every day and you look at it and you think, oh, that's one I missed. Because that's what I do. When I drive by, I see entrances of all the subdivisions I drive by every day. And I frankly think the landscaping on the arterials is more important, or at least as important as anything behind the fence inside a subdivision, because the entire public sees it, not just those residents behind the fence. So how do you make sure it's built in a quality manner? Just putting a percentage on it, I don't know if that gets you there. Sometimes it's just how you define what it takes to qualify. And if it's an upgrade, that's one of the things that was discussed, is an amenity could be upscale landscaping. When we did the Castleberry West subdivision, I think we did a decent job putting in a nice water feature and enhance the landscaping. And that's pretty nice. And that is the amenity for the entire neighborhood, by the way, is their entrance. There's nothing on the inside. And so those are my suggestions. And I remember those homeowners saying that they feel so much pride in that entrance, because If that deteriorates, then that's affects the values of their homes. And so I just share those thoughts with you, knowing that if you want to make sure it looks good, I think defining it or giving credit for it, but that's where you want to go with that. Just giving straight percentages, you may not help that. Hope that helps.
I'm going to ask you another unfair question.
I'm here.
On behalf of the organization.
Sure.
Just throwing something out there for consideration. And ultimately, I think we want to get into hear from anybody else and then kind of ratchet this down to figure out where we can go tonight. But just kind of looking at some of the issues that were put in this, and I'm going to bitch about the stormwater retention ponds. Let's pretend like we were to do the suggestion and say, we're just going to go to straight percentage and count everything. And if I was to say 8, 10, 15, and 18 as your percentages, but you count retention ponds versus 8, 10, 12, and 15, and you don't count retention ponds. I don't know how much retention ponds are part of a element, but like say they can be everything from very nicely done now to something that you can't use if it's, for 3 months out of the year when there's a lot of, in a rainy year. So it kind of varies from that element, but you want to speak on that half of the BCA about the value of retention ponds?
Yeah, for 400 members, sure.
Yeah, and if they were to be considered as part of open space, if we went to a flat.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my experience with stormwater, you'll find that the answer is it depends on a variety of factors. You look at the Paramount subdivision, they put a nice pond in, and that actually probably does treat their stormwater, but is designed as amenity, not because they have high groundwater in that area. If you get closer to the rim, usually it's the case, but that's not so much when you go further west towards Black Cat, McDermott area. The groundwater again is McDermott and McMillan and Black Cat area. Your groundwater is again at 3 or 4, maybe 5 feet. And so you're really scrapping to try to figure out how to treat your stormwater, and ponds might become a natural solution. I was actually working with a builder developer today on a potential smaller type development where they have irrigation water on rotation. They don't have 24/7 water. And that's something you'll start seeing more and more of when you have smaller parcels where they have to build some facility, whether it's large underground pipes and vaults, or more likely some kind of a pond to capture adequate water on the rotation so they have 24/7 water for their homeowners. You'll see some of that if you haven't seen much of that. I think some of that's starting to come to you. That's a very common solution in Eagle, by the way, of some of those where the groundwater is high. And that's just, you try to figure out solutions and be efficient with the land that you have. So to answer your question, not every parcel is the same. And if it's just intended to be an amenity, which, oh, by the way, it's a side like Paramount's water feature is, where they probably do pre-treat the water, then they call the forebay or the balance of the water then goes into the pond for just storage. That's being clever and smart and getting combination of stormwater and amenity for that site. Where if you're in a high groundwater area, sometimes you're just going to be dealing with, again, northwest corner of Meridian, you're going to be dealing with that regardless. And you want it to look pretty, but it might just be cattails and marshland, which is different than a pond. And so to answer your question, I don't know how I can give you a straight answer on the percentages because not every parcel is the same. And
ultimately, you either got to count it or you don't count it.
Exactly. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, about that.
I'll let you think about it. You don't need to answer now. May not even have to answer at all. It was more of a
giving you an honest answer. It's not about answering the question. I'm sorry. I think that if you have, is it usable? That's often the question, is it usable? Well, I'm not saying you put a kayak in there to call it usable. Because I think a lot of those ponds and rivers are not full of kayaks. Those are pretty nice water features and are counted as open space.
Because I can make an easy policy provision where it's required for other purposes. It's there to retain water, and so therefore it should not be counted, and don't include it in the information. But
yeah, when I talked to one of the consultants and also Mr. Wardle, who's not here today, but he and I counseled on this together. And again, there's the forebay and there's the balance of the area. So if it's the pre-treatment area of the stormwater, maybe you don't count that much of it, but the balance could be or should be counted. And that's a slice in the apple a little bit for you. but I think that might make some sense. Any treatment area, maybe that does not get counted, but if it's just for storage, that should be counted, was one of his ideas.
All right, thoughts for council. It's for you all to think about as you move forward. Additional questions for the BCA at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
along the lines of that, I know ACHD maintains and or owns some of those, even in private subdivision. I lived in one and where the HOA was owning it, maintaining it, it looked great, no problems. As soon as ACHD took over the maintenance, it was horrible. So to be fair, so, you know, and so then the question comes in, can it still be counted as an amenity if it's no longer being maintained by the association or by the homeowners? So there's all these nuances, right? And that's the hard part about code is none of it ever fits exactly. Which is why we got to a place where we got to the qualified and the unqualified, because the attempt was to at least address as much as we could. I anticipate that this won't necessarily relieve us of a lot of these unique situations as much as we hope that it will. But I think I think it'll probably solve more than the problems it will create. I have a specific question for you about site amenities. I agree. As a matter of fact, before I even read any of the public testimony about the values, I thought, why would we put those on a sliding scale? So I agree. I would rather those not be on a sliding scale. My question is specific to the pathways and wondering if there is a conversation had about whether those pathways are part of Meridian's broader multi-use pathway system, like we see some developers that attempt to have a portion of their development as part of our, why am I blanking on the name of our, well, no, but like our cross Meridian pathway system, the 10 mile, anyway. So are we gonna have a separate point system for a pathway that is just a walking path or truly a multi-use path with maybe some other visual feature? Was that a conversation that was had or is that something that would be proposed? Because we do have that conversation quite a bit. What is this pathway's next to an irrigation canal? It's nice and wide. There's a view. You can ride your bike on, et cetera, versus just a walking path that's going between the homes to get out to a recreation area. So just want to specify that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Pearl. Heard two things. First of all, let me just quickly summarize on the pond thing. If you just keep it at a 25% number, you're basically saying we don't want developers to have a pond as an open space. You won't see the incentive to do it, so you won't see a pond like Paramount's. So I'll just leave it at that. If you want to try to get there, then maybe the treatment portion is not counted, the balance is counted. There's ways to maybe try to get there. Secondly, to your comment about pathways and this whole entire chart on the point system. Again, respect to the process. We did not go through each item to say that 4 ought to be a 3 and that 4 ought to be a 5. Did not do that. If you want to encourage more value for a regional pathway, if that's what you're referring to as regional versus a private, and maybe it's city-owned versus private, those are two ways to kind of get there. I'm reflecting upon the Settlers Bridge subdivision, which we did. We had a regional pathway down the middle. We had private pathways in the common areas throughout. If you want to give two different point systems, that could make some sense. If that's the direction this council wants to go, it'd be more beneficial to the community, to the public, if you want to go there. I'm looking really quickly and I don't even know where it is on the chart because I haven't looked that closely because my goal wasn't to, and our goal wasn't to debate the efforts of the committee. If the committee said these are the numbers, then we just trusted them with their efforts.
Well, as it relates to the multi-use pathways, they're on our pathway master plan and they're required for the development. So you're whatever point value, but we wouldn't necessarily want you to put in other multi-use pathways that don't connect to our system. Because at the end of the day, they turn those over to us in one aspect, and so I don't think we want them where we don't want them. It would be the best way I can answer, and you're going to have to put them where we ask you to put them.
Mr. Mayor, I'm agreeing. The city tells us where to put them. We don't tell the city where to put a regional pathway.
Right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
My question was more about the quality of it, I think then if that makes sense.
That, so you're saying if they put it in larger within their subdivision, and if they overbuilt an internal pathway more towards the standards of a regional pathway, should it count as more?
Because in my opinion, there's a lot of pathways that I wouldn't count as an amenity, to be truthful. There's some that I definitely would count. So I'm wondering if we should make that distinction or not. And if not, then that's okay. But
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Again, that gets back to better is better, not more is better. But appreciate and we agree.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Dave, one last question on your submittal on page 9, under general standards for common open space and site amenities. Under location A1, you had stricken common open space shall be grouped contiguously with open space from adjacent developments whenever feasible. What was the thinking behind that?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Hoagland, I might also point to page 2 of that attachment. It was 2A, where there's reference to, or sorry, 2B, reference to centrally located within the development. There is, in our minds, there's some conflicting comments. If you have a comment area on your side and now you're having to put one next to somebody who already maybe put one in adjacent to you. Well, now, did you just put one in that's not central and did you get credit for it? It seemed like there was some conflicting language there. That was primary. Someone behind me may be able to address that as well. They help provide a little more insight to that. But it seems a little odd that if someone puts common area, let's say it's even a city park, but right on your border, are we now required to put more open space right next to an adjacent development? If that's what the city wants us to do, that seems a little interesting, but that's what led to us.
And aren't those typically fenced? So you would have a fence between two common areas?
So Mr. Mayor,
on the edge of a property?
You're correct. So if, let's say, an adjacent development for some reason, and sometimes you see pathways, irrigation districts, you might have a canal along a common pathway, common border of property. And then this would tell me that you need to have more open space. The next development next to it has to put even more open space next to this existing open space to be qualified. And so either way, you have to have an open style fencing per the code. It's just a matter of which type. Is there homes against that open space, or is there more open space against that open space before you can have your homes begin to be qualified? And so the intent here was to remove some of the conflicting language. That's the direction there.
Mr. Mayor, just to
Councilman Hoagland.
in our subdivision where we put in a pathway and the development to the west has open space to the right, and then Rita Husky Park is on the left. So they managed to keep this big open space with a pathway, utilizing that. So I think it's something that developers would look to do if it makes sense, as opposed to being mandated to do. So I understand the thinking behind what you're saying with the conflict in 2B. So.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Holman, that's exact. I remember thinking of about a 10-acre size parcel in Northeast Meridian. They had that exact same kind of thing, where there's an irrigation open space with a pathway adjacent to it, and it kind of was a pathway to nowhere and led to some challenges. So that's, we're trying to eliminate some conflict.
Council, any additional questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks again for your time.
Hi, everyone. Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street. A couple extra thoughts here, and I kind of want to focus on the red lines that were submitted because I was part of the conversation putting those together, and I think maybe I can give a little bit more background on each. But preliminarily, I just want to say that nothing that we're doing here is going to create new public open space. What we're talking about is private open spaces within subdivisions. And as a result, everything that we do is going to have a permanent impact on HOA budgets. As we did this exercise over the past few weeks, we did some auditing and we found that about 85% of HOA budgets goes to landscape maintenance. It's by far the highest line item. So as Dave's mentioned, we do think that the council should give very serious consideration to removal of the qualified open space concept. And in that case, we are happy to sit down with staff and work back through the code and try to identify a way to make that work with a new red line. We didn't want to convolute everything tonight with having two different sets of code and working all through that. But we do think that it would be very important for the council to give that serious consideration. And I don't want to belabor that point too much because I think everybody's kind of thinking the same thing here. But if not, we think that these red lines that we've proposed are critical because if without those red lines, you're going to end up with percentages of open space that go well beyond the targets that we've been talking about. So if I could, maybe I could run through the code provisions here and kind of give a little bit more background. So Bill, yeah, second page there. So the 8, 10, 12, and 12, that's where we landed when we did the analysis and compared the two calculations between qualified open space going away and qualified open space remaining, but with the tweaks that we've identified. We think that that's relatively equivalent to the 10, 12, 15, 15 that was showed in the BCA's letter. With regard to 2A, the point with regard to crooked or jagged in shape, disconnected or isolated open space. One of the things and one of the kind of common themes that I'll mention as we go through here tonight is that we think that each project needs to be individually designed to take advantage of the characteristics of that project. And as time goes by, Meridian is going to be experiencing more and more infill development. And that is going to be with the context in which this is going to be applied. And there are going to be instances where open space is just going to have to be isolated. It's going to have to be in strange, not strange, but unique, that's a better way to put it, orientations. So allowing for individual design is important. 2C or 2B, I should say, Dave, I think hit that nail on the head, but again, it goes to the concept of individual design. You guys are going to look at these subdivisions and the subdivision layouts when we come back before you. If you think that the open space layout doesn't make sense, you're going to tell us that. But let's not mandate or include conflicting provisions about whether it's going to be centrally located or on the edge.
Ethan, you can summarize.
Yeah, I will.
And if they have questions, they'll ask. I have no doubt.
Sounds good. A couple of highlights that I would just mention following through here again on the street buffers, the stormwater detention, and the open water ponds. You know, we included these red lines because we think it's important that the result of this process not be that we just end up with a bunch of new open turf areas in order to meet these percentages, because these other amenities that we think would make it sense in a lot of areas can't be counted. And then I would just wrap up by saying, yeah, the demerit system should go away. And I will leave it at that, and happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So ideally, you would sit down in a pre-application meeting with our staff and get some great clarification far before you get to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The more we leave this open, the less our staff is really able to guide you truly based on code. And so our hope is that you don't get to us. And by the time you get to us, we aren't trying to revise the plan, your project. It happens all the time. But that's certainly not our goal. Our goal is for the time that you get to council, by the time you get to Planning and Zoning Commission and council, that we're not doing that. And so help us understand if we remove the qualified open space and our staff has perhaps more of a guess as to how to advise you at the beginning, rather than something that they really are using that's code specific, is that going to affect you as you're moving forward through the application process in a positive way or in a negative way? Or just wondering how that will all play out.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, and I think some of the mayor's comments on this are well taken. Yeah, absolutely. We want predictability. Everybody wants predictability. I mean, I think what am I here, 5 weeks in a row at this point? I was trying to set some sort of a record.
That's predictable.
Yeah, that's predictability too. But we always end up having these kinds of conversations. But let me bring it back to the code a little bit. and kind of point out a couple of items here that would be in my mind if we were going back and revising the code to remove the qualified open space. So if you look back at 11.3GA2, so just above there, Bill. Keep going, it's page 2. There are actually 3 different locations in the code where you talk about the quality, keep going down, right there, stop. 2A, B, and C. So as we look at this code, there are 3 areas where you actually pull the kind of qualifications for what open space should look like. We have in 2A, we have these minimum open space quality requirements where we talk about things like high visibility, direct pedestrian access, support a range of leisure and play activities, has to be accessible and well-connected throughout the development. And then it has to promote the health and well-being of its residents. So actually there's a fair amount of description there as to what open space should do, and it gives, you know, you and staff a fair amount of leeway to give us direction. And then if we go down to the end, Bill, to 11.3G5, we have, in addition to what I just read, we have general standards for common open space and site amenities. Again, located in areas of high visibility, avoid hidden areas, maximize pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, and so on and so forth. So you actually, even if you were to go and just strike everything that's in 11.3G4, excuse me, not 4, 11.3G3, sorry for the alphabet soup, B, which is the qualifier piece, you actually have a fair amount of direction already to give to an applicant as to what open space should generally look like. Now, I could see through the course of the discussion about removing qualified open space that maybe a couple of these items may survive and go into those other 2 locations. You know, maybe we're having a conversation about stormwater ponds, maybe we're having a conversation about regular open ponds. But I don't think if we remove the qualified open space concept that people are bereft of any direction and they're left to flounder. You actually have a fair amount of direction in here already.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Heath, I'm attributing this to you, so if it's not you, I apologize, but I think at one of the last hearing, you mentioned something about alternative compliance and that you're not a big fan of that because of public perception. That was you? Okay.
That was me.
I couldn't find it in my notes, but for some reason I thought it was you. So I'm glad I haven't forgotten everything in my advanced age.
I'll take that one. Yeah, I do. I am not a fan of alternative compliance. If you have a controversial application, then invariably people are going to say they're trying to break the rules, regardless of what the motivation was for what the alternative compliance was going to be.
And follow up, Mr. Mayor.
That's Hoagland.
And Heath, because I look at things like open space, qualifiers on page 2, the bottom B, a open grassy area of at least 50 feet by 100 feet. And to me, I think sometimes it may not fit exactly 50 by 100, but you have a 40 by 125. And to me, that's alternative compliance. You can come in and you're meeting the intent of the code. So that's why I don't want, I heard you comment, I'm like, hey, I don't know if we want to do away with that, because sometimes it is to make where you can meet the overall standard, but it may not be that exact type. So I hopefully there is that willingness to see how that works that way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we think, let me back up. The PUD concept is a great concept because it allows for people to bring in priorities and maximize open space and have flexibility as to dimensional issues. But when I look at the qualified open space language as it exists today, what I think of is the number of discussions that I've had with staff over the years over how do I measure linear open space that's at least 20 feet and up to 50 feet in width when it's crooked and in parts is less than 20 and in parts is wider than 20. Is it, it has, what does it mean to have an access at each end? Is that into a smaller pathway that comes out by a driveway, or does that have to be onto a sidewalk at a street? These are the kinds of debates that we've had multiple times over the years. And to me, that's putting form over substance. Tell us, we want something that is, open space that's usable, that promotes pedestrian activity, that, isn't going to be a crime issue because people can't see it. And then tell us to go design the project according to the topography and the layout. And then let's just move on.
So you're saying if Picasco had to do a paint by numbers, we wouldn't get what we got?
That's about right.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
so along those lines, all right, this wasn't in the crossed out area in red, but are you suggesting that if the clause that these open grassy areas are crooked or jagged in shape is removed, that we change that to being a 5,000 square foot open grassy area and not have dimensions?
Councilmember
Have a
Pearl.
square footage instead of to Councilman Hoagland's point, 40 by 125? That wasn't stated in here. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
No, so what the thought process with this document that you have in front of you is, if qualified open space is going to remain, these are the red lines that we would recommend. If qualified open space goes away, then what I would recommend is that we work with staff and get you another iteration of this. Now, with regard to what I think your question was about the crooked or jagged in shape, to me, the crooked or jagged in shape piece was just unduly limiting. To me, it just didn't serve a purpose. Now, the open grassy area of at least 50 feet by 100 feet is also going to be a limiting dimension. And it's not a great approach when we're talking about, how can we make our HOAs more drought resistant, to say that, if you're going to have grassy open space for it to qualify, it's got to be at least 50 by 100. And so, from that perspective, I'm not sure that it moves the ball forward either way. But again, what we did here was, okay, if we're in the track as it seems to have been moving forward to date, then the things that we're really focused on are, let's give more credit along the arterials for landscape buffers. Let's allow for more credit for stormwater facilities. Let's allow for more credit for open space ponds. And then we think that gets somewhere close to what the percentages would be if you had qualified open space versus if you didn't. And the science is not precise, but this is based on as far as we can tell.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you, Heath.
Thanks, everybody.
Keep them coming.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jim Conger, 4824 West Fairview Avenue, also part of the Open Space Committee. So super grateful for that, and grateful still to be part of the process as we get near the finish line. Kind of starting out, Bill, if you could go to the bathroom or the first page would be great.
I'll be Bill. What can I do for you?
Just first page. First page of our letter, which is the left tab. Scroll to the top. Okay, so just scroll down a little bit and we'll just get to yeah, almost right there. So back on percentages, and I will try to give my input on a couple of questions from where we see it, which are very similar to where Dave sees it. As far as percentages, really, Councilwoman Strader kind of put us all to the test in that last saying, go back, and we're slightly embarrassed. We hadn't done the effort, because it took 2 to 3 days of different staff's time, but to go put a bunch of our past projects in it, see where we come out. That is why you're seeing some last minute information from the BCA and things of that nature, is that was an amazing exercise. What we did find is the similarities of the qualified percentage to the total percentage is close enough to be in uniform that it seems like we should just go to count it all and get to the right percentage of that. Staff time is saved. The bickering and putting us in front of you and us with neighbors in front of you seems to clear up a lot of things. With that percentage, we understand that it's going to be a greater percentage. We are shooting to increase by 20% or so to the HOA budgets, not the 50%, the 50% plus that we think is on the table. So we've been transparent from day one that is a little bit of an issue. We are saying count it all, 10, 12, 15, and 15 is what's on the screen in front of you. Quick questions on the density to Mr. Mayor's question. R4 product and R2 we're not going to talk about. So R8 versus R15. R8 gets you detached homes in a density range of 4 to 5 homes per acre, 4 to 5. R15 is really should be broke down by 2, but we think it's too late in the process and it'll snap everybody's mind. But R15, we do a detached product with BlackRock Homes in an R15. We get 6, if we're lucky, we get 7 homes per acre. So you go from 4 to 5 to 6 to 7. What you haven't seen a lot in your city, which will be coming, I suspect, not by us, but by others, is R15 you can also attach, and you're going to get 9 units per acre, plus or minus. You really can't get to 12 in a for sale home product. If it goes higher than that, you're in multifamily, and that's already covered, and we're all pretty close to satisfied with that.
Sorry,
Yes.
Councilmember.
I don't mean to cut you off. Just to confirm, did you just say that development may be coming where you might have 9 to 10 units per acre for R15?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt, if there is a surge of townhomes, which we haven't seen yet, and I'm not saying it's coming, so I said that wrong if I said it that way. What R15 has done is just a smaller lot by a little bit from an R8. I said your code allows those to be attached, and I haven't done one, and we haven't seen one come through. But you, in that 10-mile area, I've heard there's some townhomes that might be coming. I haven't seen it. In that case, they're going to get around 9 homes per acre. We just know what the product type of townhome produces. So possibly at some point, R15, we're saying R15 and R8 in a detached environment is super similar on the number of homes and what needs to be programmed for open space. If there was appropriate, and John Wardle and I had beat this up ad nauseum over the phone over the last 4 days, R15 at some point might need an open space number if you attach for townhomes. And it would need to be a couple % higher than the R15 detached. Now, we also do 2 attached homes. I'm talking townhomes, which are 3, 4 and up, because our 2 attached homes is the same density as detached. It's no more and not anymore. So I think answering that question, why the BCA and all of us, and even the committee kept R8 and R15 is the densities are extremely similar. The livability is extremely similar. A lot of the R15 is used just for the 3-foot side yard setbacks. And I've got a couple more questions to answer, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay. The ponds seem scary in a storm drainage environment because we're used to the old standards where you're seeing these sand ponds. If you've seen ponds in the new subdivisions, you don't see very many of them because ACHD standards have gotten a little bit tougher. You have that cute little 4-bay, which Dave indicated you might count or not count. I think you ought to count it. That takes the 2-year storm and all the nuisance water. It's the size of maybe 4 of these.
Councilmember.
Can you, Dave, or Mr. Conger, can you clarify what a 4-bay is for me?
Yes, I'm sorry. So you have a drainage pond and then you have a 4-bay. So the 4-bay takes the 2 years. So the 2-year rain event and any nuisance water from all our unfortunate sprinklers on all this open space goes into the 4-bay. That has a sand bottom and needs to perk on a daily basis. Now, it's still designed like any ACHD function of new subdivisions. They have to drain in less than a 24-hour period. So these old ponds that stand water and such that aren't designed to stand water, that doesn't happen in the new world, or there's a flaw and there's a 2-year warranty and that will be fixed. So this forebay is the size of about 4 or 5 of these podiums for a typical pond. And it is steep. It's kind of fun. Wildlife likes it. I think they're fine. It's a small square footage area. You're not going to back it out of your open space. The pond area is no longer sand. It is turf. It takes anything greater than a 2-year event all the way to the 100-year event. And it is designed to flow or to be drained in a 24-hour period. So counting these new ponds as open space would be totally applicable and totally usable. It's not the old ponds that you're used to seeing. And you don't see as many, only in your high groundwater areas that Dave alluded to. And because of ACHD's stringent requirements on ponds, you're seeing more of those pervious pavers in some of those neighborhoods. They're doing that instead of a pond because the ponds are harder they take up real estate and you don't get to do homes. So it's not because they're more expensive to build. But 90% of Meridian, you have the underground drain beds, which are very typical. So ponds are not the ponds of the old, and we're not even talking wet ponds because there's very few of those.
If you can wrap up, please.
Yep, I'm wrapping. I'm gonna wrap up. Wrapping up is we're the canary in the coal mine. We have to manage these HOAs. You know, BlackRock Homes, my number one builder I sell to, these builders don't manage them. The developer manages these to the end. We know them inside and out. We have to leave them economically healthy, viable, and going to survive when we're done. And I'm the one in my office has to deal with these budgets. Increasing these budgets by 50% isn't sustainable and isn't in, some neighborhoods, it's great. Some neighborhoods aren't. If we don't want any middle income neighborhoods, then I think we should go to 20%, but I don't think that's the intent that we would like to see. So we're here on behalf of, they're not going to function in the long run, or some of them have the opportunity to not functioning. And I believe buffers should count, because when I'm driving by some neighborhoods that I don't particularly like 2-story homes on arterials, we don't do 2-story homes on arterials in our developments on purpose. And I wish that were a code requirement, but it's not.
Thank you.
Buffers should be
We'll
landscaped.
call good right
We'll
there.
call it good right there.
For questions from
Buffers should
council.
be pretty.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate you being here. What's your opinion about the minimum and maximum baseline for multifamily? I'm looking at a spreadsheet. It's got 5 examples. Every single example has, it looks like over 20% qualified open space. Do you think those are appropriately set, considering the R15 proposal was 15%?
Yep. Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Strader, I do only because I have an unfair advantage. John Wardle and they put it out for a little subcommittee to sit and go through this. This is why in the Planning and Zoning Commission, there really wasn't much talk on it. It went through pretty fast. The focus was on the single family. There were only several of us, 2 of us developers that had any interest. And we had 1, if not 2 separate meetings to get those percentages right. And in that one, we actually did go and pull past projects. 2 of them were Brighton's. I think 1 was mine. And I think we did 1 that wasn't any of ours. So John Wardle and I worked through those. That is a tricky balance as well. You need enough, but you just can't have too much. And I don't know, if you spend a bunch of time in apartments going around, and the same with our open areas. You can go on any day of the week and find 1 person in these open spaces. So we think they're super important. We think those numbers are correct. We went through those in a subcommittee environment. So I'm a little able to talk on that one a little more, but I can stop there as well.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to follow the logic, right? So it seems like the logic up until this point has been that if we put more people in one place together with more density, we need to give those folks some more open space to share, right? And so I guess I'm struggling with the maximum baseline being set, basically a cap at 15%, when all these projects far exceed all the examples I've seen far exceed 15%. They all exceed 20% by a long shot. Some of them are at 30, over 30%. I mean, if that requirement was 20%, would you lose sleep at night? I mean, do you think that would really be detrimental to your business or others' businesses?
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, you're jogging my memory and why I was so passionate to get on the subcommittee. So what percentage of open space in multifamily does is all you're doing is getting rid of the 2-story garden apartment, which I'm a big fan of, or the townhomes that you guys just approved for me at Movado. If you go to a greater open space, you are 3 and 4 stories tall, and that's all you're going to be able to do. So when you're trying to nestle in next to a neighborhood like my Movado, I was trying to get along. In fact, I went single level for 1 row to get along because they were my own neighbors. Then to 2-story, and I didn't go to 3. I would be in front of you with 3 and 4 story product on that because of the 20% makes your footprint smaller. So ironically enough, that becomes a penalty and you will no longer have 2-story garden style apartments in Meridian because you would need the 20%, your footprint's too small and it's not possible. So that was what formed the subcommittee, is that's where staff was going to, was that it's actually the wrong, and I think per unit, you don't have the same number of people in an apartment you do in a home. So it's a little bit of apples and oranges of if you count units.
Thanks. That's helpful context. I think that's a little bit different, but yeah, I guess that's a little bit of a struggle, right? In some areas of Meridian, we do want density and that would be appropriate. Yeah, I know we talked about infill areas, it's not as important, right? And when you get to the outskirts of the city, it is. So appreciate your comments.
Council, any additional questions? Okay. You, Jim? Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item at this time? I know we have a couple people who are watching online. If you are, or on Zoom, if you'd like to provide testimony, use the raise your hand feature. Otherwise, council, what I would propose is maybe a 10-minute break while we gather ourselves and come back and see where we want to go. Not seeing anybody online, raise their hand. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. And then we'll come back and go from there. All right, council, we'll go ahead and come back from recess. When we concluded, we had taken all the testimony from those in the room on the items. So I guess where we are is open for conversation and dialogue, but maybe since open space is what we've been focused on, if I could at least get council to talk about, are you happy with what's drafted? Or would you like to consider something else regarding qualified and not qualified as your delineators? Let's go right to the big question of the night and then work our way from there and see where we're going to go.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
so to kind of frame that a little bit.
Yes, please frame it for me.
Well, this is step, 97 in the process. For all 6 of these exhibits and all of the changes. So I think Dave's comments with regards to the process that got us here is really important to remember. So whether we start with exhibit 3, which is what you're talking about, which can be the first one, but it might be constructive for us to address each exhibit and perhaps take a motion on each as may be amended. Some may be fine. I know 3 is kind of the biggie. We can start with this one, but.
And I think why I went with 3 is kind of based on last time, not entirely. I mean, maybe we weren't in a position because of the public hearing where we were going to be breaking them up because once we kind of close the public hearing. And I think that that's kind of where knowing if we feel like we're comfortable to move forward on the big one will help maybe determine the timing of the other ones with the closing of the public hearing. Or if we say, no, we're ready to move forward on the other 5 and this one we're not, and we close the public hearing and we restart this process. That's really where I don't want to get to that point in time in closing public hearing and starting making motions. If this one is not going to be able to be closed and reopened, or we have to renotice and redo. Make sense? As clear as mud. Councilman Borton.
This is great input. I just like to listen to the discussion and the debates and pros and cons of the pieces. I thought coming from the committee, the work that kept the qualified open space in and from planning staff, which all incorporated and continued that existing concept that we've had for a long time, made sense. I think some of the discussion and even up to today's discussion, some of the BCA comments provide some opportunities to tweak it a little bit. So I think from my perspective, keeping it in, although there's some pretty good adjustments suggested to the concept of qualified open space, seems to be the most prudent way to go and consistent with the work of the committee, which kept it as well. And Mr. Mayor, just to put some teeth to that, I think the suggestion, based upon all of the discussion and basis for it, the discussion of reducing the open space in R2 makes sense. There's several positive reasons to do so. I think that 8% versus 10, I thought that made sense. I thought the 2A removal of the open grassy areas that are crooked and jagged, I thought that made sense. I think the earlier part of that paragraph still captures the intent. Shall demonstrate the open space has been integrated into, and I think I'd take the whole, I think the whole sentence can go out. I mean, if you meet the top part of the paragraph, that captures it. And to Heath's comment, to some degree, we like certainty, but we also like to encourage some creativity and flexibility. And I think that seemed to be a fair compromise from the discussion that we've heard today and removal of that. So those are the 2 that jumped out at me as far as a refinement that otherwise keeps the qualified open space concept.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burke.
thoughts on the centrally located within the development? What are your thoughts on that? Our thoughts on that?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
I'll jump on that because I thought that tied into we have lots of consistent themes in different sections, which is it's good, it's helpful, but the centrally located isn't as critical as, to me, as the earlier sentence in the earlier paragraph, that it's integrated into the development as a priority and not for use of the land after all other elements have been designed. I think that sentence in A is such a strong principle that truly it captures what we're looking for with open space and what I hear the development community and the committee making sure we reinforce. So the fact that it's, and we've approved a couple that didn't necessarily have centrally located, but it was still really well done. So I think the striking of that phrase in B doesn't negate the power of A. It's another good example to refine it.
Great. Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burnt?
Next talking point was with regard to B1A with regard to the 50% number. Thoughts on that?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland?
Yeah, that's one I had some struggle with as I was looking at that with the front yard and understand it's, to create a sense of community and place and it's going to change developments quite a bit and it benefits those people in particular that have those houses to the front. But I'm a person who lives in my backyard, and that's where, to me, if I were to buy a home and I had open space behind my house, I would choose that over a place that had open space in the front of the house. But that's how I live. So it may be different for different people, but it's just hard for me to wrap my mind around that's how we would, have 50% of the perimeter. And I think one of the developers had a letter that talked about how none of their developments met that standard. It was a very high bar, and I think had to go down to 30% would be the most they would have met, which, that's an option, I guess, if council wanted to do that. But that was just an odd concept for me. Just drove by yesterday to our subdivision and big open space area, and the family has a gate out their back, and they're having a birthday party, and they had the big blow up tent in the open area, common area, because that was, extension of their backyard. And to me, again, that's just me. That's my living area. So that's where I go, not my front yard. I make that to look pretty for people to look at least for my wife to make look pretty. So I just mow it.
So,
Councilman Schrader?
And Mr. Mayor, for just taking feedback, I can comment on all those points. So to me, if we throw the qualified open space concept out the door, I think it requires us to really rethink everything. I don't think it's consistent with our past practice. Like my bias is similar. It's to try to allow for more creativity in meeting what good qualified open space looks like. So I'm okay. I just think if we wanted to throw out that concept, we'd have to really redo and rethink all of this. I don't think it's as simple as translating it into a new percentage. The only minimum open space requirement that I was really open to changing without delineating between attached and detached R15 was the R2. I could see lowering that slightly. I agree under 2A. I don't care so much about prescribing a certain shape for open grassy areas. I do think the concept that if a space is disconnected or isolated is helpful language. However, I am not tied to space being centrally located. I agree with Councilman Borden that the other provision covers us there. I don't think we get a lot with the frontage on 50%. I don't think we need that. And then more of my kind of overall concern is actually the multifamily section. I think the 15% cap just seems really low relative to all the projects we've seen. And I actually think that our comprehensive plan provisions on appropriate transition would cover concerns about having appropriate numbers of stories of multifamily next to single family. But that's my only feedback there. I guess it is still a minimum, so we could certainly hold people to a higher standard, but given that all the examples I've seen far exceed even 20% qualified, it seems like it's a bit low. Maybe something like 17% cap, 20% cap. Just seems more logically consistent with the principle that more density should require more open space to me, but that's my feedback so far.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
any other feedback up until now from council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
To that point, is this an exhibit 3 as a whole, considering kind of close the door on exhibit 3? Once we do, can move on to another one.
I think that the question becomes just like other things. If you're going to make a motion and do all the edits and effectuate them this evening, and then I think we do it all. But if you want to leave the public hearing open, then you can either give staff direction and see what they can do and come back. But we can touch on any of the others if there's any other changes that people want to propose, to the point of, I don't think that there was any others from previous ones that I can recall. Yeah, exactly. So, but
Mayor, council, for clarification, it's actually exhibit 4.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
do you prefer that we go exhibit to exhibit, even making motions, or does the motion have to include all of the exhibits with all of the, because that could be a long.
We said we were going to go exhibit by exhibit when the time got there. It's just a question of whether or not you're going to close the public hearing before you start making your motions. And are we at a point where we can get through exhibit 4 tonight or not with a motion? I think that's the question for you all to, that's where I was trying to start there, is can you get through exhibit 4 with a motion, or were we sending it back for further edits and refinement before that were to occur? And that's why I started with the big hairy question about if we wanted to change the concept before we got into individual elements of it. I've heard from 2 council members at least that they don't want to change the concept. They want to keep the qualified versus unqualified concept, which is what this is written as. I didn't hear over here if that's where this side of the room was, qualified versus unqualified, or yourself. But I think that really sets the direction for the rest of the night, is at least wiping that, knowing which direction we're going on that bigger issue. Then we can work through how far you think you can accomplish. Does the side of the room want to say if they are happy with qualified versus unqualified, or if they want to reconsider that, or if they would prefer to reconsider that?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I would say that I'm really very much in favor with nearly every red line that was presented by the BCA. But I'd like to keep in the qualified open space because I think it's just it gives that guideline to our staff. That's where I'm really struggling, is if we don't, what does our staff use to help an applicant that comes in if there really truly is not a set of qualifications? I think that's the piece that I'm kind of struggling with taking away qualified versus unqualified, even with what we have already proposed here. So if staff and or the mayor doesn't think that that's an issue, I'd like to hear that as well. But that's kind of my concern about whether we stick with qualified or unqualified. And I completely understand the developers and the public's concern about the complication that it creates.
But I think that there's been an excellent job done of lining through the problematic issues of, what is ran into when we're trying to qualify. So I think that there's been a sufficient job done that if we still keep it as qualified, that we've made enough changes to the code to minimize some of those challenges that have been created in the past. So what I would say for myself is I would prefer to keep even qualified open space requirements. I'm okay with the percentages, with the exception of, I would like to see there be a distinction between attached and detached in R15, and one at 12 and one at 15 or 18. I don't know how easy or difficult that is for us to do. I'd have to ask staff if that is too complicated, but I would like to see a percentage increase in attached. With the R15, so many of the applications that have come before us in recent memory, it's not because there's higher density, it's some other element of the R15 category that they're looking for, whether it's a change in setbacks, or it's a lot of what we've been seeing isn't for density's sake, it's for some other element of the R15 category, right? But I think it would be a good idea to distinguish, because I do anticipate, I agree, I anticipate we're gonna be seeing some more dense projects within the R15 category. So that's the only change I have to make to the table. Everything else, I agree with the red lines that we've seen be presented by the BCA, with the exception of the open water ponds. I'd like to increase the percentage that we count towards those, but I don't agree with it being at 100% because of the type of amenity that it is. It's not really a usable amenity. It's just something nice to look at. I consider the amenities that are usable as in a different category, in my opinion. Other than that, I agree with everything else that has a red line in what was proposed by the BCA. I hope that I'm making my thoughts clear enough.
We have clear guidance from a majority of council, qualified versus unqualified. So now it's just the elements that you all want to put into a motion for changes.
Mr. Mayor.
Your opinion doesn't count. I mean, yes.
I know,
Councilman
it's just, I can count, okay, there's fine, okay. No, it's just interesting. There's that market person in me who goes, our system is built on competition. And if you want to have a development that attracts people, you're going to put in amenities. So if there's that competitive element and we remove qualifiers and just say, there's a percentage, go for it. It would be interesting to see what would happen from that. But again, there are sections though that we are Meridian and we do have standards that we want to have and maintain a quality development. And really for the most part, that happens. And every now and then we get a bad apple, but they don't last long around this market. So they get driven out by competition. So that's a good thing. So yeah, it's one of those things that I think if we walk through it and the fact that if we're to go to open space and don't qualify anything, I think I'd really have to do an analysis on the numbers. And that kind of goes away from the committee process and everything. So, to stay, within the boundaries of what they talked about, I'm fine with going to qualified open space and working through those numbers. And yeah, I think there's a lot of good things that were brought up, that there's some redundancies and other things that we can take out. Councilwoman Perot, I think upping the percentages for like open water ponds and whatnot. We have one in our development. It's very nice. It's not an active place, but it's nice to walk past, nice to have the fountain going and whatnot. So I think having that ability to increase that some more. I think there were some good recommendations throughout that I could live with. It's just a matter of, I think Councilwoman Strader, you'd mentioned about R15 attached, something that we need to look at. Does that change the dynamic? Because our goal has been, especially as we've gone through the pandemic in 2020, the fact with more people at home for longer periods of time, it kind of opened our eyes to, okay, what type of space do people have to stay close to home, but still be able to be out? In smaller yards, there's less opportunity. So how can you, of course, kids, are not supposed to be playing together during that height of that, but anyway. So I'm good with moving in that direction, Mr. Mayor. How's that for the short answer?
That's awesome. Just since we're talking about it, when it comes to, I just look at the I read the minimum open space quality requirements, A, B, and C that are there, and I try to apply that principle towards fountains or water ponds, and I don't see how it doesn't qualify when I read through it. I mean, if you look at if you take A, B, and C in conjunction, now maybe does it meet number D in 2A? You could argue maybe it does, if it doesn't have fish in it. If it's got a fish in it, you bet. But does it meet C? Passive, gathering, relaxation. So at least from my perspective, I mean, I think it's important to look at our definitions and determine why it would not for ponds. And Mr. Conger got me on at least personally, on the changes the ACHD has made to retention ponds and their values. If it truly is, the retention pond is now a very small space and the rest of it is a grassed up open area, then how are that again makes sense to apply, to make that available, if that is true. I just don't know who can verify what Congress said this evening.
Mayor, members of the council, certainly could support Jim on that comment, because our Brian McLaren office has worked diligently with ACHD to make sure that they up their standard for those retention ponds, because we have seen this over the years, and our code again allows them to be counted, but we want to make sure that they're integrated and done tastefully and enhanced as part of the development. One of the most recent examples was Jump Creek that Corey Barton did over there on Black Cat. It's the actually northwest corner of Black Cat and McMillan. That was one of the successful projects I worked on, where we had them integrate all of that open space and we had pathways next to it and making it part of that interconnectivity through the entire subdivision. And we actually got very attractive ponds with boulders, ornamental grasses, not a lot of sand in the bottom of it. And it works very well. So yes, those standards have changed tremendously over the years. And what we typically do, if we question it, we have the applicant provide us a detail of that with their final plat, so we can make sure that they do meet the standards of the code.
And thank you for that. The last one I just want to point out is going back to the 50%. And I know it was Brighton that said 30%. To me, I think that's really a design element that is best looked at without a percentage requirement one way or the other, in my personal opinion. We all know what we see, and Renaissance Park in my subdivision doesn't have anything backing it or fronting except for a few over on a little skinny stretch, which isn't really even part of the park. There's got all the open fence with everyone that opens up and streets that are around it. I don't know that 30% would improve that park if that was the case. It would have turned some houses on another street to look a different way. So now you're conflicting between an arterial or a collector road that we don't want to have houses fronted on anyways. That's what your requirements become. So at least from my perspective, I don't know why percentage should be included at all. I'm not just talking reduce it. That's a quality design element in my opinion, but you at least have my thoughts. The rest of them, I generally agree with what has been stated.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
So would you be open to applying the open space requirements A through C to the open water ponds and then giving a higher percentage if it meets those qualifications? Or how would you envision applying that?
Personally, I would count it the same as every other open space number, is part of your overall number personally. You know, whether or not you put a fishing dock on it, does that become an amenity then? Maybe. I think there's a, if you said you're gonna put some fish in it when you first turn it over, I mean, that does make it a amenity or make it more recreational. But is the HOA gonna continue that when they take it over, stocking the pond? I don't know. Oh, that's my opinion. That's my viewpoint.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I think I'm in the camp of if it looks good and it meets those requirements and we apply, I think, staff's judgment to it. Whether it's meeting those requirements, I think I'm actually of a similar viewpoint to the extent they can be done well. I'm okay with them.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Wondering if staff can expand on 2A and item C, the crime prevention through environmental design standards. We touched a little bit on it at the last hearing, but some of the public testimony we received, I think even from some of the individuals in this room, were to remove that. And I want to understand more about it, how it got to be in there in the first place and what its necessity is.
Mr. Parsons, is that you? Or do I need to turn over to the police department? Who's the best person to talk about SEPTED as it relates to open space?
Mayor, members of the council. It's a collaborative effort. Let's say that it's a team effort. Whatever we design projects, we want to make sure they're safe. And that's why not only in this section of code, but in many other sections of our UDC, there's other requirements where we keep shrubbery to a certain height. We require drive-throughs to be oriented towards the street. It just makes a community safer. And that's really the goal. If you have people tucked away behind, open space tucked away behind homes without adequate fencing and too much landscaping, you create situations for maybe mischievous behavior. And that's really what SEPTED is designing things so everyone is responsible in all eyes. Public safety is being met. But it is a critical element to the land planning in our opinion.
For example, an amphitheater behind a house that's completely sunken that no one can see into it would not qualify as open space. It may not be prohibited in the development, but it would not qualify as open space if it didn't meet SEPTED. That's how that would be interpreted.
Correct. These are things we talk about all the time at pre-application meetings as well. If we see open space that dead ends, it really doesn't connect anywhere. We're like, why are you doing that? We don't know when that's going to happen. Or we have them redesign it to have outlets on each end of the street so that you can see access from both ends. And that's why you see a lot of the definitions for linear open space where it's open on each end, because we want to make sure ultimately that you can get down there and get access to it. It's also public safety. If someone gets hurt on the pathway or something, fire has to get down there and get somebody, or EMS has to get somebody too. So those are a lot of things that come into play when we're talking with applicants. It's more than just where to place it, but it's also how to place it and how to design it so that it functions well and it's safe.
Mayor, I had a question for staff.
Councilman Schrader.
Heath brought up an interesting point about the grassy areas and certainly grassy areas that are usable are interesting, right? But if we have big grassy areas that are not usable, I don't think we want a ton of those. We have plenty of drought tolerant landscaping provisions. I just wanted to make sure that under the open space qualifiers that we felt like at least under E, there was an option for open space areas that would not be grassy necessarily. If we felt like that there was an alternative that would work for that.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, absolutely. I think you see some of those examples in this exhibit where you can have hardscape. We actually have a multifamily development that is behind Trader Joe's that we did, where all of those units front on a courtyard inside of there, but you don't see the raised decking and the rock and the trees. I mean, you could still do that. It's just how you design it, if you design it that way. And also point out to the council that we also have in our section 11.3B, we allow for water-wise landscaping. So that's something the applicant could work with us on and do something different. That's where that alternative compliance may come in, to try to eliminate turf and come up with something, a fountain or something that could create that.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, thank you. I appreciate you saying that because I think that, there's an opportunity for creativity there. It looks a little bit different than things that we've seen. And that I appreciate hearing that there's an alternative there.
So following up on your comment then, are you suggesting under the open space qualifier to remove the word grassy and B1A?
Mr. Mayor, I actually think because it says including but not limited to, and there are multiple options, that the other options could contain non-grassy areas based on the comments I just heard from staff, unless I'm looking for a nod that I've interpreted those comments correctly.
Going back to something else in this area, the 50 by 100, does the shape matter as much to council as the 5,000 square feet, which that equates to?
Mr. Mayor.
You like the 5,000 or you don't like 5,000?
I like the square footage because as you look at the design of these, to me, it makes sense that if you're going to have a crooked or jagged shape area of your development, which we're going to more frequently see the smaller applications that come through, that those can be usable as grassy areas. And so if we limit it to a rectangular shape, then we are limiting an area that could really be a nice, usable. I mean, do you choose your open grassy areas based on whether it's square or rectangular or round? Or, I mean, I don't know if the average public does, but I think it'll give them more flexibility for those crooked, jagged, irregular sections of the development to be used as, to really have a great use. So I understand. Now, they're not limited, right? They're currently not limited from using those areas as grassy open space. It's just that if it's over 5,000 square feet and irregular shape, then this would allow them to do that. If we say it's 50 by 100, now we've assigned a shape to that and now we've limited it. So if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, right now it says 50 by 100. Do you like it saying 50 by 100 or would you prefer it to be a square foot number?
I prefer the square foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, same.
Okay. There's two for that direction from council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Wharton.
a procedural question for Mr. Neri. For us to start taking action on these, we'll close the public hearing on the whole application and then we can at least start making motions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Wharton.
move we close the public hearing on ZOA 2021-0002.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second the motion.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing and all those in favor, signify by
Mr. Mayor, just quick discussion, I guess why. I think we'll craft these in our discussions in a motion. It may die, may go nowhere. We can reopen if need be, but let's get us to the stage where we can start taking some action.
Not that I don't think it matters because this is not do we need to give Bill the last word? It's a public hearing technically, no.
So, yeah, not really. I think it's fine, this direction, close the public hearing, give some direction. Obviously, staff has to craft the ordinance, so you're gonna have to look at it again and comment on it. What you're basically just saying is we've received enough public comment to move forward with directions to staff in crafting it.
And I just didn't want to, I want to make sure we at least gave the applicant the last word if we felt we need to do that before we close the public.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on that? Additional discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I'm going to jump in with a motion. And this is with regards to Exhibit 4. We've all been discussing. Addressing 11-3G. So I'm going to move that we approve the proposed changes by staff after consideration of the applicant / staff's comments, as well as those from the public. And through today's discussion, that we approve the proposed changes to 11-3G, Exhibit 4, as presented by the committee and staff for today's hearing, with the following red line changes. And I'm going to be utilizing the BCA exhibit to, seems to have been the focus. It's on the screen, the focus of a lot of our discussion. So the changes, the red line changes that we would incorporate into this approval would be switching the open space percentage for R2 from 10% to 8%. That the proposed red line deletion in 2A, where open grassy areas that are crooked or jagged in shape be removed, as that in 2B, the phrase centrally located within the development be removed. That in B, 1A, that it be amended to read open grassy area of at least 5,000 square feet in area, period. That in the stormwater detention facility, that the stormwater, excuse me, period would be, I guess the red line would come out. So of this chapter may count, everything from then on gets removed. The stormwater detention facility would become a potential qualified open space. That 6, with regards to open water ponds, the 25% cap be removed. That 11-3G4 B2 be removed. And I think the reason for that removal, there's some good description and direction already existing in code as to what we like to see in a lot of those elements. It's further down in this section. And last, 11-3G5. Excuse me. I think that's it. That would be it. The reason I'm not asking 11, that 3G5A1 to be removed is because it utilizes the phrase whenever feasible. And I think to Councilwoman Perot's comments earlier that when there's chances to provide some direction as to what we like to see, I think this phrase can remain in or should remain in, because the phrase wherever feasible doesn't make it a mandatory. It just tries to provide helpful direction. So so that's the motion with regards to Exhibit 4, 11-3G. I think we could split hairs 1,000 ways on each section. But I think the committee did good work. I think we got great input from the development community, from staff. And I think this UDC is a living document. And as soon as we approve changes, we're going to continue the work to make it better going forward. So that's the motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
I have a second. Do I have discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
I thought for sure we put like a 10-point max on pickleball courts. Thought for sure that was going to be in the motion.
Didn't do it.
Let's stay away from that one.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I just want to clarify with Councilman Borton, did you intend to include both the open water ponds and the stormwater detention facilities 5 and 6 in the changes to the percentages. It sounded like from the motion that you were removing the 25% cap on number 5, but I didn't hear a removal of the 25% cap on number 6.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
on page 6, under 11.3G4, the word maximum had been stricken on the site amenities and point value chart. I don't know if that's important, but
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
that
Borton.
is a good point. I think the word maximum comes out because you've also removed the scale. So that word maximum would come out as well. Okay.
Second agrees.
The modification with the second agreeing. And I just must be confusing. The 50%, is that in a different section? Okay, thank you. I was like, where's? Oh, it was
Mr.
already
Mayor?
taken out, Bill? Is that what you said? In what section was that? Oh, okay, thank you. I was looking for a number. I wasn't reading words. Councilman
Mr.
Hoagland.
Mayor, I was just curious, we went with under B1A, removing the dimension 50 by 100. So it's 5,000 square feet and allows some creativity, but I think, 5 foot by 200 foot may not be something that flies. Is that right? Okay.
Give extra amenity points for that creativity right there. Find a 5 by 200 foot space.
Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
as a general comment, I feel like this is a great outcome for a long process, and I think it balances the needs of the community really well. I don't think it's a sign of a good negotiation if anyone comes away feeling like they got everything they wanted. I feel like there's a lot of good compromise. Hopefully, we've given the development community more flexibility in meeting what great qualified open space could look like, but we've also set a very high bar for the community.
And I hope that this does produce some R2 options in the community. Personally,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
question about the motion. Was there clarification on the table of whether we're separating out attached and detached on the R15, or was there as part of the motion to leave it at 12%? As it states.
There was no clarification and it's leaving it at 15%. R2 is the only one that was changed to 8%. So everything else remains 15. Or those two remain 15.
And R4 would stay at 10 or would stay at 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything further? Since this is not the final version, we can probably just do a voice vote. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. Item 4 is blessed for ordinance consideration. All right. Wants to go take a crack at the other exhibits? You wouldn't like my motion, so I'll let you guys make it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Bill, for clarity, what you have on the screen is the next set, the Exhibit 1 proposed changes coming from the committee. Are there any unresolved options in Exhibit 1 that we haven't already addressed?
Mayor, members of the council, if you recall, we had outreach after, prior to the previous meeting and really got that feedback from the community. So really, I didn't hear any discussion from the council to make any modifications. So we're just, myself and Lacey are just asking for you to make a motion on it.
Mr. Mayor, question for Bill Lacy.
Councilman Hogan.
It was my understanding that, again, I want to clarify, HOA regulations are enforceable. They can enforce their regulations for their development per their HOA rules. Is that correct when it comes to these issues of vehicles and?
Yes, that's correct. They will have to manage that moving forward or amend their CCNRs.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So was again today reading through the written public testimony, and just a lot of concerns about the street yard and where vehicles are being parked. And I think that staff's done a good job of trying to define what a street yard is. But I wonder if just a few more specific definitions of what would qualify as a street yard that could be used to park a recreational vehicle would be helpful. Because in general, I'm in favor of the concept of allowing those to be parked in the front of the home. But I think that there should be some more limitations than what is drafted here. So one of the comments, so for example, one of the comments that we heard is what if there are, propane tanks or hitches or whatnot that are out into the side that are hanging out into the sidewalk? That's a safety issue. So something along the lines of there needs to be an X amount of space from that vehicle to the public sidewalk on either side, or between that vehicle and the home, or something like that, so that we don't have a vehicle that's 15 feet in a 15.5-foot street yard.
That's
So what's that?
That's covered.
That's
It's covered. If you look at the
Section.
screen to the bottom, vehicles parked in the street yard shall not encroach upon any sidewalk or public right of way.
But I'm saying we need to define what encroachment means.
Is it defined, Lacey?
So it's not defined. It's going to say that it's going to be encroaching upon, which would be crossing over. Again, we would have a problem if we were to try to measure anything on private property. So if we were to go from public sidewalk and require something off that distance between public and private, we wouldn't really have the ability to do that investigation to prove what that distance is. You can enter a property to knock on their door for contact, but we can't enter a property for the purpose of investigation to prove that a violation is occurring. Is that correct, Bill?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Perot, a court will use what is the common or dictionary definition of encroach. And encroach means crossing into a space that's not yours. So that's not an issue from a definitional standpoint. Encroach is a common legal term we use all the time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So then from a code enforcement standpoint, if you have a hitch that's hanging into the public sidewalk an inch, or, I'm just trying to understand enforceability versus what our public understands versus what, how technical are we getting with this? And because these are the questions that are being asked in the public testimony, truly. I'm not trying to get into the weeds just for the sake of it, but I think these are going to be the technicalities that people are going to bring up as soon as we start allowing this to happen. If we start allowing this to happen now, we're going to have all these specifics that people are going to be asking questions about, because they want to cram the RV into that space if they can. And then before you respond to that, I have one more thought on that. Was there any discussion as to whether or not we allow only allow the street yards to be adjacent to a driveway or a garage? So is a driveway considered a street yard if it's in front of a garage space, because when I think of a street yard, I think a property that is, or a space that is adjacent to the driveway, not in the driveway. So that's kind of in my mind's eye when I think of RV parking. If you're going to ask somebody what is RV parking, it's not on the driveway. It's a space that's separate from the driveway.
I think that Bill's pulling up the definition of what a street yard is, but my belief is that it's from property line to property line. So if they made the improvements of the 4-inch gravel, concrete, or asphalt, they could make improvements from their entire parcel, from property line to property line, from the front of the house to the street, is the definition of street yard.
Mr. Mayor, a clarification.
Councilman Pro.
So feasibly, somebody could improve their entire driveway and have 3 RVs parked right in front of the garage. I want to
They
understand.
could improve their parking area, improved parking on the property from parcel to parcel. But because of this restriction, we're only allowing them to have 1 RV or vessel. They could park standard vehicles, automobiles, or motorcycles on that stretch.
To that end, do we, so just thinking down all the different possibilities. So let's say you have a 2-car garage. You've turned a section of your driveway into street yard. And now you're no longer parking in your garage because you want to make sure that you have that RV there. So now you're parking your vehicle on the street. How have we alleviated our problem?
So I'll go back to that being current definition and current code already that's not being changed. So it's already allowed and people could get that creative at this point, and that's not part of what's these changes won't change that concept. If your concern is that they can then pave more areas that allow them more space to park an RV that's not encroaching on the sidewalk, then they could do that. They could add the pad or they can add additional length, but they'd only be allowed that 1. Do you want me to answer the encroachment stuff now too? Okay, so we already have that problem with enforcement of that, because on the parking regulation side, so not the UDC side, the parking regulation for blocking a sidewalk just says on a sidewalk. It doesn't say on a sidewalk over 8 inches, or if the hitch is on a sidewalk or blocking a sidewalk, it just says on a sidewalk. So we have to make that determination based on what really we say, does the stroller or does the wheelchair have to get off of the sidewalk to get around it? And so we're using a lot of just common sense about what that would mean to block it, to be on it, because a hitch is never going to be on a sidewalk, and that's what we use to cite it. And if someone wanted to argue that, we would go to court on that citation. So the UDC would only be in addition to something that we could cite for. So we might be able to educate them and tell them, hey, can you park in it at an angle? That's what we do a lot at this point, is we say, can you come, if you're going to have this here, get it in on an angle. Trucks right now, a lot of them, or there's a lot of areas like Powder River. What subdivision is that down there? Victory Road and Locust Grove. Anyway, a lot of them, the sidewalks are actually part of the property parcel, and they don't have enough width to put a standard car in their driveway, because the CC&Rs don't want them parking in their driveway. They want them using their garage. But because the sidewalk's included and it's part of their private parcel, we have no enforcement on those sidewalks. So we sometimes work with people and say, could you? Or just in that case, when they have a long vehicle, is move them in at an angle, come park them in at an angle and try to move around that. So encroachment and adding that addition into the UDC will just give us more ability to ask them to maneuver, but it won't change the fact that we could still cite for it if they're over a distance that we're going to consider them as obstructing the sidewalk.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So I'll just summarize my position on the various vehicle issues. And if, I don't know, if there's a motion that does them separately, I could vote maybe separately, softly vote. I don't know. I don't even know, a verbal vote, whatever we're doing, but I'm a yes on dismantled vehicles, 11-1A1 and junkyards. I am a no on 11.3C4A2, the section that we're talking about now. I don't believe it improves public safety, and I don't think it solves our enforcement issues. And I am, I think there was one other section, surface of off-street parking areas. I think I was comfortable with that. If there are some common sense modifications, I think Councilwoman Perot had some commentary and questions about the actual surface of those areas. That just sort of summarizes where I'm at.
Council, further questions, comments, motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
sure where it's headed, but to the question on whether we break it up, if there's some disagreement, I think there's 3 main sections here. Go to the top. Wherever the first proposed change is. Up top, we can make a motion as to a particular UDC section and narrow the focus on those that maybe 1 or 2 there's disagreement, but so 11-1A-1 is the first.
Mayor, I was good with that one.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much everyone's good with everything except for one person's not good with one thing. So it's however you want to take them from
Totally.
there. I don't think the separating out motions is really going to change anything. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
however you guys want to roll with this, it's fine with me.
Yeah,
You
there'll be
want to lump
another-
them together, it's cool. I get overruled constantly, especially when Treg is the ringleader. I'm kidding.
The real place where this is going to happen is in the ordinance, and people have to make a decision when the ordinance comes. That's the real vote. So this is just getting to that point.
It makes sense, Mr. Mayor, if we can refine the ordinance now so we know it has the support when it gets there, rather than just push all this into the ordinance and deal with it then. Do it now. There's a particular provision in this Exhibit 1 that the majority of us disagree with as presented. Let's flesh it out now and not make that change and approve everything else. At least put it all in the ordinance.
From what I understand, you all agree with everything except for one thing, which is 11.3C4A2. And I don't think that you're going to not put that in the ordinance from where the rest of the council sits. To my knowledge, unless people have changed their mind recently. Based upon the previous conversation, it was where at least 4 council members were supportive of 11.3C4A2.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
sorry, can you run that by me again? Run that by us again. What did you say about that section?
When this was last discussed, a minimum of 4 council members were supportive of these changes.
Mhm.
So if that's still the case, really, whatever you move forward tonight will not have any bearing. It's, people will have to make a decision later about what's in this entire package, whether or not they support these elements or not. But tonight, I don't think you can make any modifications that's going to bring people on board. It's really just, do you want to move it forward for the ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
this is one of those things where I'm really weighing my thoughts on how this will play out with what I read in the public testimony and struggling because I really did not get a sense that we had a significant amount of public testimony and I didn't get a sense that there was support for the street yard concept at all. And I don't remember really reading any testimony that said, maybe one or two letters I read that said, absolutely, I think it would be a good idea to allow RV parking in the front of the property. While personally, I completely understand code enforcement's request, why, the safety element of it. I'm really trying to weigh that with what we've heard from our public. In addition to that, I'm not in favor of having any vehicles in an unscreened side yard. I would much rather have anything that sits to the side be screened. Because you aren't putting any kind of requirement. If I read this correctly, there's not a requirement on what, on the improvements that are to be made. It's not, there's not supposed to be there does not have to be a compacted gravel base on a side yard. So, and it wouldn't make sense that there would, but I prefer not to have an unscreened side yard. So in my opinion, I don't think we have support from the public for 11.3C for a 2A and probably 2B. But I'm curious what my fellow council members think about what they read in public testimony and whether they agree or disagree.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I have no idea. I mean, Mr. Bohr and I were just talking, I mean, I see pros and cons of both. I understand why folks would be in favor of it. I understand why folks would be against it. And we all know we've been doing this for a while. I mean, we understand that most of the people that write in letters or provide testimony, the vast majority are against. Rarely do you get people excited about something or someone that's for something. I wish their voices would be stronger. Because, you know, the loudest dog gets the bone. And unfortunately with public testimony, that's how it works most of the time. So with not knowing whether or not this will solve problems, I have to punt to staff because I'm not the one that's out writing tickets. I'm not the one that's out talking to the people. I'm not the one that's out managing this. And so there has to be a time in what we do where we have to trust staff and say, there's I mean, Lacey's not doing this because she's bored. You know, she's like, hey, let's put together some, you know, I don't know, I have nothing to do. So let's create some more code. That's not how it works. And so there has to be a time when we trust those that work here in this building. And this is the reason why I'm in favor of it. Because I honestly don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if there's anyone that's sitting up on this dais that truly knows whether or not this is going to solve a problem. But I'm going to punt to Lacey because she's put a lot of time on it. And she's on the front lines discussing this with homeowners every day and her team. And so there has to be a reason for it. If we blew it, all right, then we'll change it. But I'm gonna punt to Lacey. True, that's the only reason why. Because I trust you. This is the right choice.
Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
you have a different viewpoint. Lacey, I do trust you. I think you're a professional. I think you're doing a great job. However, I am not convinced from what I've seen that this improves public safety at all. I think it will encourage neighbors to park their automobiles in ways that do not conform with their HOA. I think it would require a significant education campaign to be effective. I don't think it solves our enforcement issues. And I don't think that trusting staff or not trusting staff is what this is about. I personally, unless I am convinced that this improves the safety issue, my default would be not to create, you know, more regulations or to change code.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not saying that those, sorry. And I'm not saying that those who are in disagreement with me don't trust staff, because that's certainly not the case. And I apologize if I inferred that. It's just that I'm literally in the middle on this. Like I don't know. And because I'm in the middle and I don't have a strong opinion either way, then I guess that's the reason why I punt to staff. It's not because that I guess that's my reasoning. I certainly did not, I didn't mean to, we're good. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Let's go to Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, a question for Bill or Lacey. When the survey was done, and I thought I had it with me and I couldn't find it, there was no mention in that survey that this HOA, their CCNRs would cover. Those are still enforceable. Those are things they have to do. If they don't want those vehicles, campers, whatever, parked in the side yard or in their street yard, they can enforce that and take action. So I think to Councilwoman Perot's mention about all the comments were from people saying, hey, you know, we want, our HOA doesn't allow this. We want them to, you know, not do that because it lowers our values, et cetera, et cetera. So it was not clear in that survey that that does not change their CCNRs. They can still enforce those. So when you take those out of the equation, then it's really some of these areas of the city that don't have CCNRs, and how are they trying to enforce this and make this workable for everybody? So in those neighborhoods, the CCNRs are going to be followed. They have to be, or unless you want to pay fine. But anyway, that's how I saw that. When I start going through and they're going through and taking out the people who were talking about their HOAs, okay, we didn't make it clear to them. So at that time, so.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I noticed there was a lot of public testimony from folks that live in neighborhoods that have covenants that would already regulate it. However, there isn't anything that prohibits the neighbors of the neighborhoods that don't have HOAs from creating their own covenants and that being managed privately instead of publicly. So I'm kind of trying to weigh that as well. If there are neighborhoods that are really so burdened by this problem, why aren't they creating some covenants themselves? There's nothing that prohibits them from doing that. There's a cost to them to do it for sure. So that's kind of the other thing is like, is this something that like how specific do we as a city, what obligation do we as a city feel to get this detailed on this versus the public going ahead and taking their own action towards it, I guess? That's kind of one of the things that I've thought about. And the other question, well, I had a question for Councilman Burnt. How's the pizza?
It's good.
Good. I was curious, is there any information, because I agree with you, I'm in the middle on this and I'm struggling with this. Is there any information that we could gather that we don't have that would help?
That's right.
Mr. Mayor.
One second. I just don't know. I see pros and cons with both. I see why you want it. I see why you want the status quo. I see why you want to change it to what it is. I've read this 30 times. I've talked to my wife about it. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't have an answer to that question.
Lacey, do you want to answer that question from your perspective?
So can I drift a little bit personal instead of just work? Is that cool? So this survey was done and I did talk about the survey and the question, and I can see where a lot of confusion came from the way that the question was asked. And they asked me to review it before it went out, but I read it with the knowledge that I have, not by just what I'm receiving. So I read it the way I needed to hear it. I do think like most of my complaints on these come from these subdivisions that aren't included in the survey. So at one point I sent out notices over in Chateau Meadows for trailers. Someone had done the finger pointing. One trailer, it was actually a guy who was repairing jet skis, like 20 of them in his front yard. And that's why we added into the UTV, ATV thing. So we had some restriction on that, because otherwise it's a personal vehicle or personal property and I have to define it differently and prove it differently. So I had sent out this notice and it got like 12 other people or 19 other letters that I had to send out because the one calls in the other one and the one calls in the other one. So I went out and I sent those out. My name is Lacey Oi, O-O-I. There's one of me in the whole US. There's one more in Malaysia. So when I sent those notices out, someone posted it on their Facebook page. And within 3 hours, there were over 400 people talking about anti-government and how I wasn't supposed to be stepping over boundaries and how I had no right to be on their property. And let's get together and how are we going to solve this? And people that were angry at me, and my name is now Lacey Stockton on Facebook, because it was hateful and it was angry. And I know those people are out there that don't like the way that the code is written. And I'm writing this code to attempt to resolve a problem. And I think you're correct. It's not the answer to everything. But what I'm hoping is that it comes up as a compromise and it's somewhere in between. We had tried to see if we could cite them for infractions, and that wasn't going to work. And if we have to notify as the UDC requires us, then we play this cat and mouse game over and over again for, well, coming on 12 years next month. There's literally a guy, when he gets my letter, he calls me and says, I'll put it in my stack and I'll move a half an hour beforehand. So the resolution is that we're not doing anything that's effective with the code that's written, and we've tried doing it differently with the courts. So it may not resolve the problem, but it's my best attempt on how I can think about something that's in between. We're still giving restrictions and we're giving some regulations in areas that we skipped or that were loopholes before, and trying to be able to moderate somewhere in between. That's the only hope, is that I'm trying to see if it solves some of it and comes in between, making some people a little less angry and maybe some people a little bit more angry. I'm not sure which way it'll go more, just to be honest. Doing the best that we can.
Mr. Mayor, I have to say, that sounds like being on city council quite a bit of the time, so. And I think trying to improve the situation, making it better is why I support it. You know, that's what you're trying to do. It needs improvement, so let's try this, and you're coming to that balancing act that we have to do, so.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
We're partners in public safety, and to Councilwoman Strader's questions, a lot of times up until this point, a lot of times Lacey will call me because they have those certain instances where they can't do anything about it. And so they're like, okay, well, you're a code official. What's in your code that you can help us with this project as well? And a lot of it is where we have private streets that have four dilapidated, I can't even say that word, 4 broken down vehicles on it, and it 100% blocked the road for fire apparatus to get in there. So that's a no-brainer for me. So again, to support Lacey and what she's doing, this will benefit her as well as fire, because there are certain things. Again, when I became the fire marshal 5 or 6 years ago, whenever it was, I became the parking police. And so that's where we work together on a lot of issues. And so in my opinion, this will help with a lot of the public safety problems that we have, where we're getting blocked roads, we're getting blocked areas where fire, police, EMS can't get to them because they're parking all their I can't say that word, broken down vehicles in the roadways, and they're blocking access. So it is a public safety thing, and we are trying to address it together. Just my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
make a motion that we approve the proposed changes to the UDC as presented in the staff report in today's hearing. I guess I'll reference it as Exhibit 1, the changes within Exhibit 1.
Second motion.
Motion and second. Any discussion?
Just want to make sure Councilwoman Strader and I are okay.
Yep.
You don't care about me? Figures. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
No.
All those opposed, no. That was no for you, Councilwoman Strader.
Yep. Yes, that was a no.
On this, on out. Okay. Exhibit 2. Would anybody like to speak on the record?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
with regards to Exhibit 2, which is on the screen, I think Bill referenced the one change is that 11-5A-6G, changing the shall in the last sentence to may. Okay. That was it.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
we approve the proposed changes to the UDC as presented in Exhibit 2, inclusive of the change of the word shall to may that we just discussed.
Second.
Motion and second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Exhibit 3. Yes, please remove that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
My issue, the only issue I had in this section was removing, I think we all agreed actually from our previous discussion, was removing number 7, the fee in lieu concept. I don't think we're ready for that.
Second that.
Was that a motion to approve by removing item 7?
My apologies. Yes, that's a motion to approve by removing number 7 from this section in Exhibit 3.
That's 11-3B 10.
See it, but
7.
10C7. Thank you.
Second.
Motion and second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Item is agreed to. Exhibit 5.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I don't know if we should push through on the multifamily section at this point. But my main hang up in this section was I don't think that the cap, I think the minimum open space concept of 10% made sense for certain properties, but I don't think that the cap at 15% made sense to me, especially relative to the other percentages we have at different densities. That's just me. I'd be supportive of something that, you know, maybe discussing further with staff or getting their opinion, but based on all of the examples we saw, they far exceeded this standard. So I actually feel like in a way we're not setting an adequate standard at 15%.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I agree with Councilwoman Strader. Perhaps I'm just not understanding the purpose of having the maximum. I mean, if an applicant wants to put in 25%, go for it, you know? I mean, obviously, if the
if the application comes before us and it's 4 stories and we don't think that that fits that area, we're gonna have that conversation as well. But I don't, if we are gonna put a cap on it, I agree. I think at least 20%, if not higher. So I say, I guess maybe if staff would like to further explain the purpose of that maximum, perhaps I'm not understanding it, but I just think it seems low.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, it's not a maximum. It says it should be a minimum of 15% and then more will be required. So I see I have the wrong exhibit up, so I'm trying to find that language so you can see the exact wording on it. Give me a moment here. But the idea of the 15% was to align with the R15 in the open space that you just approved in Exhibit 4. So we're trying again, going back to that consistent word that we used all night, is if we're going to do 15% for single family, let's carry that over to 15% for the multifamily too.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So the concept I recall seeing, and I've actually seen 2 different versions. I saw a version that went before planning and zoning, and then I saw a different version. And it's getting late, so maybe we need to you need to rein me in, but from what I recall, there was a minimum concept because we could have certain shaped parcels. We could need that minimum, but there was the capped minimum because we had a unit based concept. So the more density you got, it goes above that smaller threshold, but it can never exceed a certain amount. Okay, so now we're on a different, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it's number 8 there.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Bill, and as you put up there, that is the minimum. Shall equal or may exceed 15%. And then there is that, in addition to the baseline open space requirement, then we get into square footage based on size of the unit, correct? So that will be added above that 15%. Is that correct?
Well, let me try to explain what the rationale was behind that. So your Councilwoman Strader is correct. When it went to P and Z, the wording was off. It read a maximum, and commission's like, that's not what you wanted, right? And I said, no, that's not what I wanted. I meant to say 15 is going to be the minimum, but if you want to do more than that, we're going to look at that through the public hearing process, or staff's going to say, this is too many units. You don't have enough open space. We're going to recommend more and then go to hearing with that. And either commission is going to side with us or not, or council is going to side with us or not. But we're going to go in with the charge at least we're going to be looking at 15% and probably require more is what we're going to be at. But what I'm trying to do with this particular, and that was kind of that deal we brokered after that subcommittee meeting that we had with the smaller group to try to vet this out and come to a consensus. And that's where we landed. So essentially what we're going to do, any development 5 acres or larger, you're going to have baseline 10%. Then you're going to have the amount of open space per unit, which is currently in code. And then if that total is 15%, then at a minimum, you're going to have 15%. But if it is higher than that, more than likely, we're going to say you need to provide the higher number because we're going to want more open space. So that's what we were trying to get at, to try to appease the group. It wasn't to get a maximum 15%. It was going to say at a minimum, you're going to have to do 15%. Now, if that other number is higher, you're probably going to get hit up with the hearing to require what you're showing is what the intent was. It wasn't ever to put a maximum of that no more than 15%. That's why I said that exercise was interesting to see that it was more than the 15%.
Mr. Mayor, I think maybe where the disconnect is for me is that to me, it shows a 10% baseline. And then there could be a 15% minimum. And this is a minimum. So sure, we could require more, but to me, I'm reading it that 15% becomes the new minimum for denser developments. And I think based on the examples that we saw, it just seems like multifamily could support a qualified open space minimum of 20%. Maybe that would simplify things.
I'm with you in the stance of simplifying to agree, simplifying expectations is what I would describe. And then, the conversation, again, from staff's perspective, I don't know how much you want to be into the negotiating business with people to determine why you need to justify more or less based upon the project. And I don't know that the development committee wants to be in there in those. I think that they would like to have a set standard knowledge base. Personally, I was thinking 18% minimum as how that plays into the rest of the conversation. But yeah, I think we saw from the examples that were given, 20+% was pretty standard for a multifamily. And then I feel like if you set a minimum of 18, you're sticking with what we've done throughout the process of generally escalating. But leaving at what we did for an R8 doesn't seem to be appropriate as a minimum. Because someone could hit the minimum. And is a multifamily and an R8 the same? I'll ask council that viewpoint.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
So Bill, was the staff trying to essentially create the same idea as what we did with the single family, which is to say, there's these number of units or this size of project, then it could potentially go down to 10%. The larger the project, the higher the percentage of, is that what the minimum to maximum baseline? I guess I'm just struggling with this concept. I'm looking at the examples that were done, that were provided to us, and I'm still just trying to really get like, okay, so the minimum has to be between 10 and 15 based on the size of the number of units. Is that how that? Am I understanding that was the intention when you did this? Because the question I'm thinking of is, well, then if we set just one number at 18%, for example, now if we have a really small project, is it going to be prohibitive to them to meet that?
Well, what the group, so I pulled up, hopefully you're on the spreadsheet and showing up here. I thought it was, let me share this spreadsheet with you real quick. I know we're getting to the finish line here, so I do appreciate you giving me some latitude here. So this is one of the examples that we had as, so you can see here, here's the acreage of the project, the number of units. So here's how we calculate open space for the units. And this is in code, it always has been, nothing's changing to this section. So you can see here, based on the amount of units, 1.38 acres of open space is required for the unit. And because this is over 5 acres, they were required to provide 10%. So they had to provide another 0.81. So you take that 0.81 and you add it to the 1.38, and that's what code currently requires. So if you really want, rather than having 18%, just strike it out of the, you can just strike that out and say, no, the baseline's 10%. And by de facto, you're going to get your 18 to 20% every time. That's the other way you can do it too. You don't have to put a minimum 18%. You can just, no, we don't like that 15% cap if you want to use that terminology, but a minimum 15% baseline. Because if you look at and they call it a max baseline, but if you look at that max baseline, you're only getting 1.22. So you're actually getting less than what you would per unit count. That's what I was saying in my opening presentation tonight, that if you don't have that baseline, you're going to end up getting less open space with a standard, just a baseline number. You say provide 18%, you're going to end up getting less open space than what you anticipated. But really, if it's your intent to increase the density, get that open space, then you want to keep it in the baseline at 10% or 15%. You can increase that number too. That will drive up the open space. But really, the best ratio for multifamily is really to put that baseline on it plus the per unit open space. That's where you get that. Again, in this particular case, they provided, you're going to get almost 20% open space every time.
Mr. Mayor.
And it's proven time and time when you look at every one of these.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this section of code that I struggle with is that and I think people had called it double dipping before, right? So you're mixing concepts in a way. So you have an acreage based minimum, and then you have a units based minimum that is additive. And I guess where I would be going with it would be, and I think maybe we just need to take a look at this again, but the way that I read it, the unit-based open space requirement is capped. That's how I read it, the way that it's written. So I don't view that as an unlimited amount in addition to the baseline. I view that as a cap. I think it would make more sense for the cap to be higher as one way to do it. If we don't want to change all the concepts in here and like do surgery on the whole, if we want to just change the max baseline to, whether it's 18% or 20%, that might make sense. Or maybe we can just take a look at this whole section, but I don't feel like it's there the way it's written to me currently.
So Mayor, members of the council, just to put a finer point on that. So right now, the way the code's written is multifamily developments in residential zones. So the R15 or R40 zones, if they're greater than 5 acres, they are getting that double multiplier. They are required to do the 10% plus the per unit. So what we're really doing with this code, minus the 15% cap that I added, is really just removing it from 11.3G and putting it where it should be in the multifamily standard. So again, it's more just shifting the code requirement and putting it to where it should be. It's not adding anything new. The 10% is currently in code today. So
Still my question, why do the 10 plus that versus just say 18 or 20 as a number? What is the value that we gain by tying it to number of units in the development? Why then should we tie open space to number of bedrooms combined in a subdivision? And is that, that's essentially kind of what we're doing, is we're getting to a number-based person equation.
Well, Mayor, members of the council, I think, at least from my standpoint, is you have to think of these smaller infills. You may have an old town property here where you can get a couple fourplexes on. You provide 18% for, again, we have alternative compliance, but it's that 18 for these smaller numbers is just going to skew everything. So that's why that per unit, that's where you have a fourplex, you can, and it's a 500 square foot unit, you times 5 times 150. Pretty simple math to get a little bit of open space with that infill project. That's why you need some kind of multiplier for the units. You just do a base 18%, 18, of course, we'd have to ground truth that a little bit and see what the open, you might end up with more open space per the unit count versus just an 18% on a 1 acre lot. It's going to be pretty minimal open space. You're not going to get a lot of real usable open space at that point if you go that route there. So I think that's where we're at here. It's whether or not those numbers work.
And I guess maybe that's a policy question for council. Do you view a fourplex on 2 acres the same as you do a 10 building, 240 unit? I don't. That personally, I guess that's why I look at it and say, is that even an appropriate comparison to be doing it in that fashion? We don't require 10% open space on a single family parcel. And a duplex doesn't seem that different than that personally, but how do you apply it in policy or code?
So Mayor, I did a quick count on a 1 acre 4 unit subdivision. So if you used 18%, you're getting 7,840 square feet will be open space, and it did the per unit, you're getting 1,000. So it's really comes down to a big difference in numbers on what that open space is for an infill versus just having a blanket 18%. Now, you might want to say 18% for developments 5 acres or greater, and then leave that unit count where it is so that you do capture those infills. Because that's really where you get that multipliers when you get to that 5 acres or greater. Something for you to deliberate or strike it and move forward and keep the code the way it is.
That's what I'll.
Yeah, that's Bill, that's what I was wondering was, do we change that, total baseline shall equal or exceed instead of 10%? Is it 12% then plus the unit? Where does that get us? That number, that baseline number, and then keep the per unit, and then we might be able to get rid of that, minimum of 15% because it's going to exceed that every time. I think you'd said that earlier. So I don't know what that magic number is to get us to push it up to 18, 20%. Is it 12% for the baseline? Is it 13%? And then depending on the units, then they move from there. That might be something we just need to do calculations on but I don't trust my math this time of night.
Council direction flavor.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
my 2 cents, I think we should come back to this. That's just me. I think we should do some more discussions and thinking it through and we're getting there. It's 10:40. My math's not great right now. It's just me. I think we should come back to this one.
Mr. Mayor, I agree.
And what does come back entail from your perspective? Public hearings closed, only having another discussion here with Bill in the future. Put him back into a staff to rework and bring him back through P and Z to city council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
maybe it's staff wants to take a look if there's just one flat minimum for properties greater than 5 acres. And just look at our examples that we have. Is that workable? And maybe another alternative closer to this formulation, but something that we're just ensuring that we get to a higher percentage than the 10% minimum in certain circumstances. And I guess I am concerned about the other alternative, which is removing the cap concept, the cap baseline concept, because I'm just talking out loud now, but let's say you have a huge unit count. Does that formula then with a higher minimum and the unit count concept on top of it create a situation where you have, big buildings that have 50% open space and that's not economically viable? So I feel like there's like 3 different, maybe we need to see some examples to work through those 3 different concepts. I'm open to whatever you guys.
A 10-story apartment building.
Unlikely, but
Someday it's going to happen. But yeah, what would that be? And what would that impact and how would that pencil?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yes, I would refer to Bill and team. Is it, you've heard some feedback, would it be better to think through what the extreme examples are of how those things could be applied and then show us the examples so we can think it through? Does that take a couple of weeks? Does it take a month? I don't think we should just stick to a change based on our gut feel tonight, because we'll be living with this for a while.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, I want to put all this to bed if possible, just because we've been spending so much time on this particular topic. To me, adding the 10% baseline isn't really changing code. Again, it's just shifting it to a different location. So I think you have your answer. We've looked at past projects. We've applied the 10%. We've applied the per unit, and you saw the numbers show that it comes in at 18 to 22%. Again, if you aren't married to that number 8, I'm fine with striking it and just leaving it the way the code is. Really, you're not really, the only significant change here is that we've added some amenities and then really said you're going to have a minimum, one of those open space areas has to be 50, there's that 50 by 100 again. And again, that number was put in there to be consistent with other sections of the code. So to me, I'm pretty confident that if you take out that number 8, you're going to get what you want. You're going to get your 18% every time or more, because that's why we had the subcommittee meeting, because everyone used that term double dipping and felt that we were requiring too much open space.
Mr. Mayor?
But again, time and time again, you've seen that it sounds like that's what this body wants. The council wants more open space, and that's what you're getting, 18 to 20%. We're there.
Councilman Strainer.
Maybe just 2, but maybe we can't put it to bed. Let's try it. So let's use an example. Let's say we have a 10-acre project and it's a future version of Meridian, and we have the hugest unit count you can possibly conceive of on that one property. How would the formula work? So you have a 10% baseline. Let's put a certain number of units on it and tell me what the minimum would be under this code, and maybe it still works.
Minus the cap, I presume.
But so that's the question. So I don't think the cap makes sense, but I think some cap might need to make sense, because I'm afraid if we have a huge number of units, then it creates an economically unviable situation where the minimum requirement is too high.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of our largest multifamily development. I think we're upwards to 500, 600 units.
I think, look, if you use right across the street as an example.
That's not a great example because that's vertically integrated, doesn't have open space. Very cool. But we could use that. It's still 396 units
Per
6 acres, 6, 7 acres. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can do that very quickly for you.
Okay.
And I'll say roughly they're between 500 and 1,200 square feet to make the math easy. And we'll guesstimate that about 8 acres to be fair, or 7 acres.
Mr. Mayor, while he's doing the calculations, what I find interesting on these units, thinking of the 10s we just approved on 10 Mile, that high density portion, I think there are 389 units total on that. But when you start adding the parking requirements for that many units, where are you going to find, they're going to have to increase the land acquisition exponentially. So there is that balancing act to Councilwoman Strader's point, that where's the tipping point for that?
So if that's a 7 acre site, we put 370 units on it and we apply the regulations, 3.928. Excuse me, 2.92 acres would have to be open space.
Under 50, so about 44.
So Mr. Mayor, I guess that's a 30, am I calculating this right? 36.5% minimum open space under that formula? That seems high. That's my worry. I think you need a cap.
Well, but keep in mind that there's alternative compliance for a situation like this where it just doesn't make sense. And that's, if you look at it says right here, alternative compliance is available for these standards if a project has a unique targeted demographic, utilizes other placemaking design elements in Old Town, or mixed use future land use designations with collectively integrated and shared open spaces. So the intent is the multifamily would be integrated with a mixed use development where the commercial and the multifamily are sharing amenities, almost like that 10 at Meridian project, where you had some of that integration happening. So again, do I see us, I'm giving you worst case scenarios and I get it at 30% of somebody's property is that, I think that's why we said 15% seems to be that number aligning with single family to say, hey, there might be a point where it's too much is too much.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I feel like you have to pick extreme examples to see where there could be a breakdown in how the approach works. So based off that feedback, intuitively, and I don't think making decisions intuitively makes sense, but my intuition would be there should be a minimum of 15% because we require 15% for very similar densities. And then the second capped requirement should be higher. I mean, I'd have a hard time choosing what that should be tonight, but at least 20%, I would think.
And kind of going to the conversation the bill was talking about earlier, where we have people talking about double dipping and we're over 20% currently. I would actually go the opposite direction and say minimum of 18, because that actually doesn't, you don't double dip and it allows them to go lower than what they're currently required under code. I don't know if that's our outcome that we're asking, is to reduce what we are, but what I seem to have heard is the calculation process is creating, it creates its own problems, especially when you start putting into these equations as people are also viewing them. So why not go back to an expectation of minimum percentage or alternative compliance if the site is not, it's not feasible, or an acreage restriction or something that at least from my perspective, still accomplishes the goal of more density, get a good amount of qualified open space, but don't have a formula that requires them to push it out beyond. But yeah, can you solve it tonight? I don't know.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
procedural question for legal. Between now and the ordinance and perhaps all three reads of this particular one, is it possible to advance a section such as this, have it come forward in an ordinance and add a first or even a second read after maybe some more noodling has come through, that particular number within the ordinance, a 15% can change to 18% as part of a read? Do we have that part of the process still able to change a number?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Borton, yes, you can still do that as part of the reading process.
To clarify though, based upon a conversation, what I thought I heard Bill say is we're not changing other parts of the ordinance that we'd have to go back. If we wanted to go to a straight percentage, we'd have to go do other changes as well, not just change to the percentage here. Did I hear you correctly, Bill?
Mayor, members of council, no, it's only this section. That's why we did it. We took it out of other sections to put it in this section so that we only have to worry about this area. It used to be in 3G, but you've approved those changes. So now we have to, we at least want to do something here because we want to make it clear if we want more open space, because we've taken it out of 3G that you've already approved tonight. We want to make sure we get that adequate open space captured in the multifamily standards.
Mr. Mayor, and that
Councilman Borton.
thought I was trying to go down is there might be some refinement and some examples that we might see that support a particular change. And if this is a legislative matter, nothing prevents us from visiting with Bill offline and running scenarios. We share something at a first read. And it's that or try and craft it right now.
So, yeah, and Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Borton, I think really all the bill needs is some general idea of what is he preparing for you to then review. Is it as it's presented? Is it without section 8? I mean, basically, what's the draft you'd like to see next? Again, and nothing's final till you vote. Nothing's final till after that process. So there's plenty of opportunity now and then to have those conversations amongst yourself or with staff. So I think it's just really trying to give Bill some direction on here's what they want you to present us. And then again, what 4 of you agree on ultimately at the minimum is really a decision down the road.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
If ideally, personally, what I would like was along the lines of what you were thinking, which was instead of a 10% minimum, I'd much rather have an 18% or a 20, I could live with that, or a 20% minimum and see where that takes us. And then have planning take a look at if we could then eliminate, maybe that's for properties of 5 acres or more, hopefully that solves that issue for smaller properties. And then does that get us into hot water if we then take out that second concept of the density-based minimum, the second minimum, basically just have one minimum, higher minimum, simplify life. That's my instinct personally.
Council, do you like the simplified instincts version? Do you like staff to explore that option?
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question, clarifying question.
Councilman
Bill,
Hoagland.
under site amenities, you had stricken open grassy area of at least 50 by 100 as an amenity, but it's on page 2 under 3 minimum size of common grassy area. Was it just stricken from amenities because since it's required, it can't be counted as an amenity because it's required? Okay.
Correct. Yeah, you can't count it twice.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Board.
I would be supportive of what Councilwoman Strader's proposing. If that were a motion, I would support it as well. I think it moves the ball in the direction I hear the discussion going, and it's not the last time we're talking about it. Concept certainly has support.
And I assume that you would all be in favor of the 5,000 square feet, just like the other changes.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Yes, definitely. And I wanted to make one other comment about the site development amenities under D1. We had had a discussion, a short conversation with one of the members of the public about storage units that are, to add them as a site amenity, not garages, but units where individuals can store personal belongings, as adding that to the list. I'm curious what my council members think about that. It also will help to potentially address parking issues of individuals that are storing items in their garages and then parking on streets.
You didn't ask me, but I think of our bike storage facilities generally counted. So if bike storage facilities are counted, I don't know why you wouldn't have other type of storage facilities counted, because it's really the same concept. Whether you want to store a bike, whether you want to store a kayak, whether you want to store a pick and choose.
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, we've had that in other developments that sell way to apartments. They actually built a structure where it had the central hallway, and then off of it were storage doors that you could actually rent out to the property owner. So that's feasible. That's something someone can do under this and still count it as an amenity.
Mr. Mayor, Bill, in here under number 5, it says no recreation vehicles, snowmobiles, boats, or personal recreation vehicles shall be stored on site unless provided for in a separate designated and screened area. So that is addressed. And then number 6, parking requirements shall meet the requirements set forth in chapter 3, regulations applying to all districts of this title. So I suppose that goes into all the what the other things look like for parking.
You got it correct. Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say, I don't know. I could agree with an 18% if we get there somehow. I think we're close to that. Did I see that earlier tonight? I think we're close. Maybe I did. I don't know.
Yeah, about 3 hours ago.
So if we want to continue down that track and get it done, maybe we get it done. If we don't feel comfortable with that and want more, okay, we can do that. I think Councilman Borton, asked some good questions about the process. So if we want to make changes to that, we could. So
with that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I'm going to make a really poorly crafted motion. All right, I move that we approve Exhibit 5 with staff to make some changes to the sections as necessary so that we have a minimum open space requirement for multifamily developments, 5 acres or more of 18%, eliminating the second measurement that is currently in code that adds additional requirements based on density, changing the minimum size of common grassy area to 5,000 square feet, and adding to the amenities the concept of storage in general. Did I catch it all?
Do I have a second to that awesome motion? I have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Item is agreed to, and Bill, you have your direction.
Well, can I have a clarification?
Oh, no. Yes.
I guess, were you asking that we take out the per unit number? Was that your,
Yes, Bill, but that their minimum is 18% now.
for all developments of 5 acres or more, or just for
Yeah.
every development?
All developments of 5 acres or more.
All right, and then how do you want open space assessed if you take out the per unit number?
18%.
Yeah,
So it
18%.
can't be a 5 acre minimum, it's 18% period, correct? So basically you want every multifamily development in Meridian to provide 18%. Regardless of acreage.
For 5 acres or more.
Yep.
And I think if we need an additional requirement for less than 5 acres, it should be 10%. Sorry, I just did that one on the fly.
Does the second agree? The second agrees to that modification. We already voted once, but we're going to vote again. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And that modification is incorporated or will be incorporated. All right. Thank you. We'll see you back next week, Bill. Kidding.
What? Yeah. Well, National Night Out, Mr. Mayor.
It was my joke. Come on, don't I get nothing?
It's 11 o'clock.
All right, well, with that, let's go into ordinance, next item on our agenda. Number 4, ordinance number 21-1936. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance amending Title I, Chapter 6, Section 5 of the Meridian City Code, providing for mayor's compensation and providing for market adjustments and providing for a summary, providing for a waiver of the second and third reading rules and providing an effective date.
Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. We did say we would take any public testimony on these items. If there was anybody interested, we do have one person in the audience. They are not interested. We have nobody showing online on Zoom. So we'll consider that complied with and see if there's a motion.
Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
I move that we approve ordinance number 211936. The suspension of rules.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item is ordinance number 21-1937. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance amending Title I, Chapter 7, Section 9 of the Meridian City Code, providing for city council members' compensation and providing for market adjustments and providing for a summary, providing for a waiver of the second and third reading rules and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to make comment on this ordinance this evening? Seeing nobody and nobody online, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
move that we approve ordinance number 211937 with a suspension of rules.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-1937. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the ordinance is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics? Okay, if not, do I have a motion? Councilman Burt.
Move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second motion.
Motion second to adjourn the meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.